Okay. Oh man, here we go. Whew. Man, we've got a show for you. Oh man, I'm liking these intros. Um, Last night was a doozy, huh? Wow. We got to learn all sorts of things about Dan Soder. And he seems to be the one that Joke World is, and many others, not Joke World, but all the big hitters are considering the most underrated. So we went and took a look at Soder's soggy sofa, and good God, get a bookshelf. Um, what a wreck. I couldn't believe what I saw. Um, so he needs to fix his bookshelf. He needs to flip it to the right side so that you're not showing your particle board on the edge of your shelving, and get a level to it because the whole thing looked crooked. You have your dog kennel as a coffee table, and it's kind of gross, kind of gross. So Soder's soggy sofa, I'll just have to say, see you later. Um, but he's got some good stories and all that, but he's got this weird distortion face. He's like Jamie Kennedy, wants to uh, create some kind of matter within his cheeks. I think he's trying to build an adobe structure the way that he smashes his cheeks. I couldn't believe it. And then we had a smash face from Kreischer. He applied his hands oh so delicately on his eyes, uh, showing that he enjoys a nice cucumber mask and wanted to show off his Rolex and this wristband thing that he's got. Uh, Norman just ignored it for the first half of the show of we would be drunk. We might be drunk when Kreischer was on there just the other day. He wouldn't even touch his hand. Couldn't believe it. But we did find some Mark Norman contact. I forgot what do we call that? A Norman nudge? I'm pretty sure that's what it was. We've seen a Norman nudge from Mark Norman nudging Dan Soder. So uh, Mark Norman didn't even get an opportunity to do the Norman nudge on Kreischer, at least for the first half of We Would Be Drunk. We might need to go back and visit that, see if Mark ever achieved his goal of 50 points. Okay, because Mark Norman and Sam Morril have these inside joke kind of bets that they do. Some of which all the Rogan Sphere comedians do this. They try to get Rogan to say certain phrases and certain words. If you can get him to talk about grizzly bears, or get him to make a snorting sound, or get him to talk about Mitzi, and even and the big one is to get him to cry talking about Mitzi. They're all valued, and there's a point system. And so if you can get, you know, it's this running tally that they do. And Mark Norman and Sam Morril have that, where Mark Norman tries to tap and touch the guests, and each one is valued at a different level, different point system. and it's great fun, but didn't even get close because Kreischer knew about it, and so he just sat away. Because who did Mark Norman get really good? That was what was his name? Going back in the time machine here, folks. Goffrey. So he got Goffrey really good. And that was a great episode, actually. If you can find that in our archives, we went through that. And what an amazing journey that was, Mark Norman getting Goffrey. But today, this evening, this afternoon, whenever you're watching this, we have got a great lineup. Okay, so we've got plenty of time in the world to check this stuff out. We got a solo Jamie Kennedy in the pipeline. Okay, we got a Kurt Derp, a new drop from Kurt Metzger. Okay, Kurt Metzger is hot right now. Okay, this is what you call trending. Okay, I will be covering someone who, like American Redacted, who pulls in way more numbers, and there's not nearly the amount of fans that are around the Kurt verse. And I think I know for me it happened when he started this show. It's been great all throughout. And he's on day one of his new drop. Now, again, I can see that the numbers that are coming in. Thank you very much, folks, for the likes and the subs. Wow, thank you so much. That is such a big help for such a small channel like I am, and I really appreciate that. And I saw that, I got a few now in the 1K, 1.8, 1.6, this is a little tech talk here, little numbers. And wow, thank you. Okay. Now I see that it is only because of Kurt Metzger. Okay. So he is trending. Okay. That is now what these content creators do is they'll follow trends. So everyone's talking about Epstein and the comedian's relation with the Epstein files. So all these people are going to be talking about Epstein file related stuff. So I am not wicked enough to follow trends. But I'll get there. So this was just accidental, and I'm going along for the ride. It's great. But as of now, I am not here to chase trends, okay? Just for numbers and stuff like that. Because I need to put in the hours to really find my way through this before I start being deliberate with my approach, okay? So if you guys are okay with that, we will kind of get there organically. And there's no there, okay? This is it. This is all it. And I appreciate it. I'm just a little nervous about Carolla's voice. That is just the one thing that doesn't make me want to immediately click on this and maybe consider doing some Jamie Kennedy, because this is a 2-hour one. Okay. I'm in waning gibbous right now. I don't know if I can handle a 2-hour. Okay, maybe when I'm waxing, but not on a wane. And maybe I need to even wait on a full moon for this one. No, so what I'm excited about is Bill Maher's studio. There has been so much that has happened with Bill Maher in his studio that it is its own character. It's like New York City in the Joker. I mean, Joker. It's its own character, and I like it. So that so we can see what this could be like. But it looks like Jimmy Kennedy got a trim. Looks like he got rid of the got rid of the Gary Busey's. It looks like he cut the Buseys. So it's always a nice face smashing journey watching his solo ones. He doesn't know what to do with his hands. Okay, you just now only just saw my hands. It's amazing. He looks like Bert Kreischer. Yeah. Yep. It seems like everything now is if either you look like Bert Kreischer or Kurt Metzger. That is it's like almost like AI wants everyone to look like that. Jeff Foxworthy, yes. Jeez, that's so true. Yep. Okay. Now, what I would like to do is for these streams, I was thinking about dedicating one stream to one sitting, but that might be too, although it could be kind of cool, but sometimes I like to change it up a bit, but it does get a bit confusing on the other end, trying to find part 2 and all that. So I say we go with old Club Random, and we'll
I don't know about you, but
we will wait for another day or two with the Kurt Metzger, because I'm sure by then he'll be doing another one. Okay, so get settled in here. We're gonna begin the begin the segment. Welcome to the chat. And we're going to take a look at Adam Carolla and Bill Maher. Now, and again, we're looking for that, looking through the filter of the clip version of we're finding this, through a different lens. So we're not trying to get the headlines or anything. We're trying to get the tabloids and all that. So let me get my headphones and we'll get started. I need to find my radio voice again. It's like Bill Maher just takes it out of you. I'm going to skip through this. Support your source content. This is source content.
And she got the Dodge Ram.
All right, I'm just going to skip through the jingle. It's a cool vibe. I got the Club Random overlay for our screen here, and we'll see what happens.
My mom. Wait, I thought your mom was never there. And now you watch Roots with her? I didn't watch Roots with my mom.
Yeah, he might have lowered his register. Wow, he might be. Adam Carolla, are you watching our stuff? Hey, don't be watching our stuff. We've been talking about Carolla's voice. It's like, man, it'd be okay if he didn't just sound like this gear grinding in this, this high gear. It's like it's kind of it. Like, you can kind of make it cool, but he might have changed it up. And I think American Redact did as well. I think he lowered his register a bit too. Yeah, less nasally. Let me find my headphones here, and we'll get started.
Guest number one. Remember, always when you're on like the Tonight Show, the cop always said like guest number one.
Yeah.
On it.
Oh,
how are you, pal?
Good to see you, brother.
Oh,
how you doing?
Okay, all right. Wow, we got 3 different versions in a row of greeting. Okay, and I'm referring back to Marshawn Lynch with Bill Maher here. Probably a week ago or so. It was a few days ago for us. Marshawn ran down the pipeline, okay? And I said there's going to be 3 different types. One who go down to greet him and shake his hand. One who will stand up and shake his hand at the chair, and then there would be those who then sit, and then Bill Maher comes to him, and then they remain seated. Now, what was the 4th one though that would have been a huge flex? I thought there was one more. Oh, that's right, taking a shit in the bathroom right before the interview at the studio, like Marshawn Lynch did, which he didn't know until 3/4 of the way through the interview. And this was only after he had spit in Bill Maher's drink. So he had to then take his glass and put it on the floor next to him, and then he left his tequila bottle down there. And then Marshawn Lynch slammed his bottle of taking shots of Patron or whatever it was. It knocked down this cheapest piece of Amazon shit lamp I've ever seen. The lampshade fell and it caused this huge cascade effect where Bill Maher then kicked over the bottle with his heel, which then almost tipped over and hit the guitar that's leaning on the wall. It was amazing. So here, Adam Carolla gave us the third option. Okay, this is outside of taking a shit in someone's studio bathroom right before the interview. This, I would say, is the biggest flex. And I'm sure most of you guys know that the night show hosts, Conan O'Brien, David Letterman, Jay Leno, Jimmy Fallon. Well, maybe before him though. The guest walked up and greeted whichever host that was, and then there was a thing where the guest had to sit down first before the host. And if you didn't, if the guest stood there and was accepting the applause and was waiting for the talk show host to sit down, that was his way of showing a bit of dominance and social mental hierarchy. And there's a couple of times where David Letterman would just stand up, and it was with Jim, I think it was Jim Carrey, and he kept standing up, taking bows, and it's like he knew that was a thing, so he was just trying to push it to its limit. Anyway, that was back when Jim Carrey was funny and he wasn't clone swapped or whatever. I don't know what's happening, because then his girlfriend died, and so did Ashton Kutcher's girlfriend. A lot of crazy stuff. Let me get a drink of water here. So here we have the beast mode. Oh my. So is beast, would beast mode be taking a shit in the studio bathroom right before the interview? Oh man, I forgot about beast mode. But he is staying seated, and you're right, it is so rude, and he does it so smugly right now. Why are you? What's this like? Now, the other thing is there is a bar. Okay, so he has a bar down there as well, and he could be a couple drinks in already. So because he does have a grin on his face, so he could just be, just enjoying the buzz. But what do you think this is? Jumanji up in here? Shit, get up! Oh man, Marshawn Lynch. That was such a good interview. That was, a good show. That was a good show. You have to have these, real specific characters to get the good stuff. Otherwise, I'm going to be looking at your set the whole time. And wow, we found a lot. And we found a lot in Soder's. Oh my God, Soder, get a shelf, okay? I can't believe the I don't know what that IKEA corner is that you have there, but please, you need to become an adult, have a bit of decor, and have a piece of furniture, okay? And I'm speaking of Dan Soder right now. I know I'm looking right at Adam Carolla, but that's what Adam Carolla does. He makes me think of Soder so much. But here we are. Welcome to the chat, Lemons. Here we go.
Remember?
So, oh my God!
Always
Look at
when you're on like the.
okay. They're bringing us in deep here. Okay, now for me this is pretty new. I didn't realize that we can get so deep into it. Now,
That's number one.
look at that.
Remember?
Okay. So this thing is kind of a okay, cool. Nice. A little bit of a well, I wouldn't say that's not Spanish tile, but okay. That's open to the outside there.
Always when you're on like the Tonight
No.
Show, the cup.
Okay. Oh. Sorry, I'm trying to get a sense of the space. This is great. I haven't seen that shot. Well, and I guess then it kind of makes sense that Carolla would just sit down and give him his shot. You know, that walk-in shot is a bit more for Bill Maher than anything. I like it. I think that's a good flex. I like when Bill Maher flexes. He can do away with those gay innuendos. Either just be gay or don't. But yeah, these comedians love to talk gay stuff. But here we are.
Remember? Always.
Okay. So this is okay. So it's just a little enclave there.
When you're on.
What? That's a kneeling thing? Oh, so that's an altar? So there's supposed to be like an altar here, kneeling, bowing to your idols? Because at first I thought that was some kind of fire pit, actually. I actually thought it was like for grilling. And then I took it because I thought it was outside, and I'm like, well, maybe it actually looks like it's more inside. And I'm like, oh, okay. That's more of like a shrine. Place for shrine, and then oh, a Russian flag. That's what that is. Is he Russia first? But okay. Now I love that. As you can see with my overlay that I have on my screen, I love the colors. You know, he really has a way with these colors, because you know, again, I didn't have any of this until I started watching. See, otherwise it would just be like this, which I like that too. I like it dark. But it's a little homage, paying a little homage to Club Random. Okay, here we are. This is a look into his his walking shot. And okay, so Carolla can sit, and that's that's okay. That makes sense. He's been on a couple times, and I think that this is a little bit more for him. But Marshawn Lynch ran right down there, and he was nervous because he apparently said he will go beast mode on them if they don't give him a jar of peanut M&Ms with the M's licked off of them. and he said you go beast mode up in this Jumanji. He thought that place was Jumanji. So here we are with Carolla, some intellectuals. Okay, that was a football player, folks, and he was spouting some of that Walmart theology, something of the only in the mother's kitchen knew about. So that's why I tend to go to Club Random, because there's these little gems. But those gems are everywhere, in every show, every combo. It's amazing.
Unlike the Tonight Show, the Cup boys had like got
Look
guest
at
number one on it. How are you, pal?
Good to see you, brother.
How you doing?
I'm doing well.
I hear.
Are you sure? Because you barely moved there, and you're kind of looking a bit like you're a little suspicious of Bill.
I hear all about you. Your show's better than ever. You're getting your walk on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. Your divorce went through. You must be on cloud nine.
Yeah, and you like go to Home Depot. You film yourself going to Home Depot. Like a big old boomer. Look at you. You look like PPP or whatever from Kino Casino. Did I see cue sticks? Oh yeah. Yeah, he's got a pool table down there.
The Hollywood Walk of Fame. Your divorce
nice.
went through. You must.
Anything Paisley is cool. Oh, this is a nice jacket too. That kind of mock collar. Some nice thick buttons. Don't need to do a crouch zoom in, but crouch zoom in, but yeah, that's a nice outfit.
Must be on cloud nine.
It's good.
And you look like trash. Just kidding. He's fine. Sometimes just to hear that will get you motivated.
Look, it's a pendulum, and it's either coming down or it's heading up. Like, the business, and it's been heading up for the last short period of time.
But sometimes,
it feels good.
but sometimes one part of your life is going great and the other isn't. I certainly have had that situation.
Yeah.
Where, like, I remember when I was in my early mid-30s, I was in a very successful relationship, but my career had taken that dip.
Right.
The worst part of a career, a comic, two really bad parts. One, when you start, that's really tough, like first year or two.
Yeah.
And then there's like, oh, you think you're on your way.
Right.
You do a couple of sitcoms, it's like, and then there's that like.
It reminds you of a
not so
lesbian.
fast.
Oh my God.
Yeah, no.
Carolla,
it is
yes.
weird. Like, I got out of the gate. The first two shows I really did, which was Loveline on MTV and then The Man Show on Comedy Central.
Yeah.
Both of them were destined for other networks. Loveline was supposed to be a syndicated show, and The Man Show was a pilot from ABC. And they didn't get picked up, but they both ended up on MTV and then ended up on Comedy Central. And that was my first two endeavors. So I was like, oh, this is so easy. It just, by the way, if the first network doesn't pick you up, the second one does. And it just all came so quickly and so easily.
Yeah.
And then a real realize it's
Sorry about that, folks.
some point, oh no, it's a slog, it's a struggle, there's lots of setbacks,
Well,
and
I
that's
mean-
the way it goes.
Even Frank Sinatra, maybe the greatest career, or certainly among the top 5, who was like a giant phenomenon of a star, like Justin Bieber at his peak, whatever that was, Harry Styles today. In 1939, early 40s, the war years, Bobby Soxers, just people screaming lines around the block, just like, and then you go to 1950, couldn't get arrested. That's the subplot of The Godfather, the
Right.
movie plot. Like Johnny Fontaine never gets this part.
Right.
That was Sinatra. Supposedly, Sinatra had the same story. Somebody had to threaten the band leader to get him out of his contract.
It's kind of sad that guys like Elvis weren't alive to see the ascension, the second. You know what I mean? Like when Elvis died, he was kind of a joke, and everyone wanted to see Crosby, Stills, and Nash, and not your dad's fat guy with his suit.
Yeah, but didn't he basically go through a MK Ultra program? Like went to war and then was out in Hawaii for a while and had to marry a honeypot or something. Yeah, we should probably do a Elvis deep dive, especially through the MK Ultra lens, because they were. Oh, you look at all the actors now. I mean, they all go through military training, combat, all this stuff, and they're just primed and ready, and then they become activists. But hey, you pay. I guess you gotta find your way. I'm okay with performative art, so I'm not a hater on the industry or the art, but it is pretty wild. It's wild. When it's done well, it's nice. But here is Bill Maher looking nice. How dare you look so nice? Looks better than me. I thought it was the one that's dressed nice. You gotta keep it simple. He's he's hitting that 70 mark. So good for him. Good for him.
On and stuff like that.
There's a picture of him right
Whoa.
over there.
Oh, sorry,
And he's,
King.
God, he like pointed at me.
and he's not.
No, but what I'm
And he's
saying,
not fat.
What I'm saying is
Always.
my daughter and her friends saw the Elvis movie 19 times. They don't.
Oh,
Elvis
I haven't seen
didn't
that.
get to see
Really?
his movie. Yeah, they
Oh, no.
loved it.
They loved the Baz Luhrmann movie.
Yes, and what I'm saying is nobody was bigger than Elvis, and then Elvis became a sort of parody of himself and was sort of on the decline and gained the weight, the drugs and everything else, and then he died.
Right, but that's because a lot of that was forced on him. He's just like, yeah, and he did. It's like, well, all that stuff kind of matters. Actually, it really matters. But I guess they don't see it as him being put through the ringer.
Didn't get to then swing back and
I mean,
experience this resurrection.
He did, not in your
Resurrection.
liberal bubble, Adam, but he had a very brief period where he was the thing. That's 1956 until he goes into the army in 1950. I mean, really just a couple of years.
Now, Bill Maher has really taken on this pushing against the left thing. And he made that comment there, not in your, liberal bubble or something. And he finds an opportunity to, in just about every interview, to say something negative about the left. And I love it. Keep doing that. But it's almost like he, yeah. It's almost like he's like a gay guy talking about, talking to, oh yeah, he's not good for you, and how a girl and a gay guy, they have that friendship. It's a thing. There's a phrase for it. I don't know it, but so he almost has that relationship with the left, and so he kind of has this pushback against it, because he can speak that way because he was from there or something. But yeah, push hard, because it's crazy, absolutely crazy. But some of the stuff is cool, but a lot of it is not. And that's what I think of the right. So.
Then he went into the army. When he came out of the army, that fucking criminal immigrant, illegal immigrant, who was his manager.
The Colonel Tom Parker.
Thank you. Yes. Let's name him. He's very famous.
Yes.
He kept him in this sort of
Sorry, guys.
indentured servitude. Elvis,
Sorry.
with all his psychological problems and mommy and daddy issues and all this stuff, and he couldn't break away from this guy. So he kept him in the movies. These
Look at 'em.
what Elvis called travelogues. They're all the same, clam bake and.
So Carolla doesn't like Bill Maher? Or is this yet again something that we see on the comedy podcasts, because it's two comedians that are just hanging out, and it's just a hang, and it's cool that we got to do one a week for 54 weeks. But if I just treat it like it's a hang, well, what ends up happening is that you have two people, and let's just say two A-type people, but two people who have their own show, and these comedians, they have their own thing. So the other person really isn't asking the other comedian too much about their thing. They are always talking about their own thing. And then when they're not, then they're talking about, gay shit the whole time. So it's not one person like who's the love guy, the interviewer that Kurt Metzger impersonates. It's not one guy just interviewing these comedians, talking about stuff and all that. Because Kurt Metzger was trying to talk about Lovecraft, maybe. Metzger was trying to talk about all of his, not just all of his arena shows, or not just the one time he was at Red Rocks, but all of the times that he played at the Red Rocks. He was trying to figure out which was his favorite time. And woo, that can hit you sideways if you're a comedian too, and you're sitting at the same couch. Mish Love, thank you. And you're kind of trying to get in there in that swell too. So it's these weird passive aggressive flexes that they do to each other just to talk. And that's why there's nothing there. Okay, it's just a way to self-promote. And when you have someone that's just doing interviews, then you can get a little bit more depth. But please don't always dive into their bios. You know, like, I don't need to know their upbringing and all that stuff. If they've said it once and it's on the internet, it's there forever. So you don't need to, every podcast doesn't need to do the same, you know. So tell me about your childhood. Tell me about it's like, we already heard it. But he's looking a little bit like Rosie O'Donnell. My Zoom is a little glitchy, folks. I apologize. I think it's so I can, well, I'll try to figure out a way to not make it glitch like that so much, but it might have to be like that. We'll see. Here we are.
Speedway and like forgettable songs and because most of the country, not your liberal bubble, Adam,
I do hang out with those people.
was
Crosby,
Stills,
and Nash, and Neil Young.
was still going to see Elvis movies.
Yeah, I get it. I guess you know what I say when I interview an athlete or anybody.
I mean, when I was an athlete or anybody, and look at his lip. Oh my God, you're such a nerd. When I mean, this show used to start out of love of the game. I'm going straight to hate. I'm going straight to hate. I used to speak out of love. Nah, just hate. Hate. That voice.
Who had great success or was the Super Bowl MVP or something like that. I always ask them, was your dad around to see it? You know what I mean? Because it's poignant to me.
Poignant to me because my dad wasn't.
Around.
Here, guys, let me. Oh, we have it on. It's a little leggy today.
See you win the Super Bowl?
No, basically in life.
Right. No. Yeah, sorry for. I'm not kidding around, but you're a very successful guy. You've made quite an impact on society.
There? What's happening with these guys? So is there already a riff with them? And I don't think Bill Maher took something the wrong way.
Because my dad wasn't.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean? Because that, I always ask him, was your dad around to see it? You know, anybody. Who had great success or was the Super Bowl MVP or something like that. I always ask them, was your dad around to see it? You know what I mean? Because it's poignant to me.
Poignant to me because my dad wasn't.
Around to see you win the Super Bowl?
No, basically in life.
Right. Yeah, sorry for, I'm not kidding around, but you're a very successful guy. You've made quite an impact on society, and any father would go, oh my God,
but
this would be
especially
great.
because my father was a newsman. and a
Right.
funny guy. And I'm a funny guy who made it successfully talking about the news. So
Right.
it would have been different if I went into the soft ice cream business and was
Sounds like
a
Kreischer.
giant success. But the fact that I sort of followed where he was heading, I think would have been very
Right.
poignant.
But when he died, you were dealing weed and eating top ramen, and that's his last memory of you,
Exactly.
right?
No, basically he saw me do the Tonight Show, but he died just before Politically Incorrect went on,
Oh,
which
right.
would have been the perfect thing for him to see. And I wish I
Right.
was one of those people who could say, well, but he's watching from upstairs. But
Right.
unfortunately, he's not upstairs. He's dead.
Well, if it's any consolation, my
you don't
dad
have to.
made it all the way through my career and still didn't give a shit. So
Really?
yes, never a thing. Never had cable, never knew what I was doing. So
Why is that?
I don't, I don't know how it works, but my mom and my dad somehow found each other, like the two parents who care the least. Maybe it was some sort of symposium for parents,
He's talking
potential
family,
parents who
he's
didn't care. But
And
neither one of them ever had cable.
Bill's not gonna like
They
it.
never knew what I was up to. They never had any interest, and we're not there to see any of it.
And what about childhood? Same deal?
Yeah. I'll tell you something about disappointers. They never disappoint. They're always who they are.
Right.
It's never like, oh no, my mom was the best, and then lost total interest, in me once I
So
got
they were
into show
together
business.
and there when you were a kid, but just not interested in you.
They had kids and didn't know it, but we're there. You know what I
And
mean?
wasn't that sort of good sometimes?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah. Well, just wanted some attention from your daddy, Carolla. Daddy didn't hug you enough. What a weak thing to say, Carolla. You look like you're drooling already. Like, get a spine. Grow a spine. Whatever the phrase is. Figure out a way to push against the earth. And breathe through your nose for once. And I guarantee you, you wouldn't care what your father thinks of you. What are you talking about? These children. Soder. Toys all over his shelving. Children. Whining. Pipe dreaming. Jeff Dye thinks he's going to be the greatest comedian in the world.
general, you get a very realistic version of the world. You know what I mean? Like nobody's gonna hop out and make you
man up.
dinner and make you breakfast and tuck you in and sort of take care of you. Like it was like
What?
it gives you, when your parents and especially mom aren't big fans and don't do a lot, you get really independent really fast, and you get a very sober version of the world and how you fit into it, and is anyone going to do anything for you, or you're going to have to sort of take care of your own stuff? Like there's a version of it where the mom dotes over the little prince and he can do no wrong, and those guys get ruined because they show up in the real world expecting to have rose petals thrown down at their feet, and they get disappointed.
What a generic take. This is he's speaking in cliches. So you found a way to justify your uh, the lack of attention that your family gave you by whatever you're just saying. I mean,
world expecting to have rose petals thrown down at their feet, and they get
oh,
disappointed another direction.
oh yeah, he's just like, oh, you're gonna, yeah, so you're gonna base your whole justification of all this off of cliches. Yeesh, you gotta.
So, like, it is good in terms of getting independent and getting realistic. It doesn't make for a great childhood, but it's like,
No.
it's good.
I
It's
mean,
good training.
not to make everything political, and we sure don't want to do that, but it does to me when I hear
Do
stories
it.
like this, and you hear
I'm
them all
ready.
the time, just make me more angry at the Democrats for going so in on identity politics, because life is such a unpredictable mishmash of advantages and disadvantages. It's so simplistic to say, well, because your race, because your religion, because whatever this thing you identify, that is what is the defining thing in America. No, these are the kind of things that are very often the defining thing in America. Your parents sucked. Now, that could have made you a giant failure. I've seen it work that way. And I've seen it work the other way, where it makes you work harder and be better and somehow get further maybe than you would have if they weren't shitty. So to reduce life to those kind of simplistic boxes,
Yeah,
I think is so
that's what I just
crazy
said.
because, who knows who
Exactly.
you would.
It's just all cliches, man. Like that's like the most like to base it all on just that. Like it that's insane. Like imagine having your whole life with this thought that life's not fair because other people had parents that liked what they did.
Be or what you would be if your parents had been different.
I mean, for me, and also, I was poor and I was sort of rudderless and I was a bad student. I didn't go to college and so on and so forth. And the economy was bad. And it was when I graduated high school, I just was unmoored and just sort of floating out in the sea. I did not have a direction. I didn't have a skill. I didn't know anybody. My parents were sort of don't ask, don't tell. And I literally was walking around North Hollywood applying for jobs at supermarkets and stuff like that. And there was no jobs. And I went to the North Hollywood Fire Department and I just walked in and I said, I think I could be a fireman. I played football. I'm like, I'm strong. I don't have any fear. I think this would be a good job for me. I'm not good with the essays and the
Okay. You know how many hundreds of thousands of people do that? He thinks it's this, yeah, this bold thing that he did. No, that I think just about every male that is probably 5'10" and higher has done that. Yeah, what about Mishlove?
hyping and all that stuff, but I'll go up a ladder and go into a building.
Yeah, I don't think you have to sell yourself that much. Just say you'll do it, and they'll, they'll give you the application.
Shit. Yeah, what were we talking about, Mr. Love? About? We got to mention them every so often.
Was eager for the fray, and the guy gave me an application. He said, "Don't expect to hear from us for a long time."
Really?
And this is in the 80s, and I said,
Because
"You're white. So we're not hiring white people."
That's okay. I forgot. That's why I paused, because I was about to say he's about to tell his story about being mistreated by the color of his skin. And so he's told the story a few times.
said that?
He said, "Well, we're white. So we're not hiring white people."
He said that?
He said, well, he was a white guy, and he was like, between the two of us,
So they were
don't expect
making
a
up,
phone call.
So they were overcompensating and making up for our sorry past, where blacks were.
Yes, they were. But to your point, I was
he's like, that usually gets them, doesn't it, Carolla? But you can't pull that kind of shit on Bill Maher, okay? He's not going to take that easy right-wing bait. He thinks that just because he said white and they're not hiring, that they're going to blow a gasket. I mean, yeah, it is pretty sick. Okay. I'm completely against that. And I know exactly what Adam Carolla is talking about and referencing. And I think it's sick. And I'm glad it's happening less. Yes, yep. Bill Maher is Jewish. Yep.
I was first poor before I was white. You know what I mean?
I was poor too.
And I needed a job. And so they should hire sort of based on who needs it, not the color of your skin, is what I was saying. And I couldn't get on with the LA Fire Department because I was white.
Because no, he is. Look, I couldn't get on because I was white. No, because look at you. Even at your fittest, you probably look like that guy, that kid from the Tropic Thunder. In the ensemble cast, he was the Tropic Thunder guy. The kind of long curly hair. Okay? You're not Fireman material. You're like heading towards looking like Rosie O'Donnell. So you don't got the genetics, okay? The second that one of those hundreds of thousands of people that walk in to the fire station and say, "Oh, I don't know what it is, but I just know I can be one. Can I be a fireman? I want to be a fireman. What do I do?" They're like, "Steve, we got another one." They're like, "Yeah, here, yeah." But so this happens a lot. But because of that, they then can see who the ones could actually make it. And Carolla, you don't got what it takes, okay? So they're just saying, "Oh no, it's a white thing," because you're so insistent. You're just like, "I really need this job," and they're like, "Oh no, we're not hiring." And he's like, "Why? I mean, I'm here. I'm ready for it. I've been lifting weights. Yeah. Does it have something to do with the color of my skin? Yeah. Yes, it does. And we were only hiring, blacks and Mexicans. And he's like, what? And they were just trying to get him to move along. It's a club. You can't just they're you're in close proximity with other people. And they took one look at you and they're like, we don't want to have to share a kitchen with you. Okay, you will eat our food. Even though we label it and we put our names on it, we know that you will eat it. So no, they're not hiring.
And that goes way back, affirmative action, I think, is way predates DEI and all that.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff. But
same idea.
It's the same thing. It's basically ecology and then climate.
Which that was the whole American History X thing. Okay, that's what. That the father was a fireman, and then because he was saying this kind of stuff, how they're hiring minorities, and then someone who wasn't qualified but fit the affirmative action quota was hired, and then someone got hurt, but it was because they had someone that wasn't really trained, really meant for the job. And then that's how Edward Norton got all the far right ideas. Yeah.
Climate change and global warming and all this stuff. There's sort of different
the
names
reason
for
why
the
it's
same
always
stuff.
problematic is because we do need to compensate in the whole for the groups in the whole. The problem is that then it's individuals
Right.
who actually, in your case, for example, pay the price.
Yeah.
For.
All right. I'm pausing a lot in the beginning here. I apologize. My screen's kind of shifting. But it is, oh, come on. Oh, it's because maybe I'm zoomed in. Especially when someone's wearing black. But it is a little bit of a tradition to one day we'll be part of the show. Oh yeah. All right, there we go. Thank you for allowing me to be in the show and more, not just part of it.
Things you personally didn't do and your race did, but you can't also deny that our race.
That's why I love the show.
Responsibility, not responsibility, but complicity, because we benefited from what advantages our entire race have. But then when it gets down to the individual level, you see where the bitterness comes in. I mean, who wouldn't be bitter if they were just the way blacks felt the same way? I'm being locked out of this job and you don't know me. You're judging me based on this thing.
Yeah.
And so
he's going full Karen right now.
It's a tough one.
You bring up a good point, and I kind of experienced it in a weird story, which is I then couldn't get a job as a fireman, so I wandered onto a construction site, and I became a laborer. I just dug ditches and cleaned up garbage for $7 an hour, and that was sort of my life.
Oh my God, he's told this story so many times. God, he's told this story so many times. anytime he's not on his show and he's on another show, he says the story or he tells the story.
And then I worked.
So white people were still doing
White
doing
people,
that work.
listen, like I said, poor people's who I worked with.
Right.
I did all sorts of carpet cleaning and manual labor and stuff with white, with Todd Euler and Ray Oldhofer and guys like that, just
Right.
dudes, just
Right.
poor dudes.
Right.
Parents lived in apartments, didn't have any money. But there's an interesting story that at a certain point I got a job.
Yeah.
A job opened up.
But before mass immigration, just people having jobs. I can't get political. I can't. I just, ooh, it's not good for the cortisol levels, what are they called? Oh man. That's why I do this, because I need to watch something that a little bit different. But ooh man, yeah, I'm one of those that, yeah, I'm only going to participate when it's absolutely necessary. Otherwise, leave me out of it. But there are a few things that really, really fire me up, but they won't activate me. Okay, I'm like, see, I want to have other people activate me. I will activate myself, like
For earthquake rehab.
oh, like Jeff Dye does. Okay, these are self-activators of the MK Ultra project. You have to know how to self-activate. So I'm not going to have these news organizations and all that activate me. So Jeff Dye is ready for his orders.
For the city of Los Angeles. And it was a prevailing wage
After
job.
the one in '94.
No, pre the one in 94. 72 was the first one, I think, and then 94. But they were going to retrofit all these old brick buildings in Koreatown. And this is about 87, maybe 88.
I mean, every year they say it's boy,
Big one.
No, it's coming.
Yeah.
And then and I'm sure it is, but boy, they did kind of boy who cried wolf me a lot. I'm sure the plates are not happy. Those tectonic plates, they're they're unstable. They're like your bipolar girlfriend. It could happen at any minute, or you could have a lovely dinner. I don't know.
Well,
It's just hard to say. But
bad news. This is all unreinforced concrete. So if it hits now, we're dead.
this place is going nowhere.
We're just going to be entombed
fucking
here.
going nowhere.
They'll
With
just
all
put
the
a
money I
plaque
put
above
into
it.
this is going fucking nowhere.
So
It'll be the last thing standing.
Keep talking over each other, please. That's great. Yeah, but Carolla is so jealous right now. Now he had like that whole Malibu thing. Like after the Malibu fires, he was going around and checking on all the progress, and he might not like the fact that Bill Maher still has a place in Malibu. And so he's insulting it, and then Bill Maher ain't having it, so he'll just talk over you.
Where
They'll
with
just
all
put
the
a
money I
plaque
put
above
into
it.
this is going fucking nowhere.
So
It'll be the last thing
This-
standing.
So I
Yeah,
got
there
this
you go.
job doing earthquake rehab because it paid like $18 an hour, which was big bucks.
They called it rehab.
Oh my God, we got to
Earthquake
hear about your
rehab,
whole
yeah.
life.
Hysterical.
Seismic
God.
work, they call
In
it.
California, even
Yeah. The Betty
even the
Ford
land
van was
gets
parked out front. So I get this job, and it's a city job. It's a government job, and they need a certain amount of women and African American. They need representation. Well, we can't find any black guys
Oh,
who know
God.
earthquake rehab work.
Don't forget the lesbians.
I don't know if they can check for that,
Well,
but
he looks
there
like
were
one.
a few on there. So we end up with a black man named Chipper. And this guy's going to college and it comes from money, but he's going to get this job working earthquake rehab and making good money. And he doesn't know anything. He doesn't know anything, and he's not a car.
Now, Bill Maher won't call him a black man. He said African American in front of Marshawn Lynch. Now, yeah. But he's saying black man. But I like saying that. There's nothing wrong with saying black man. But I don't think Bill Maher likes that. Oh, this keeps clipping over here.
Carpenter. He's there. They hired him because he was black, and anything. He doesn't know anything, and he's not a carpenter. He's there. They hired him because he was black, and they need representation on the
You a
job site.
carpenter?
I was by then.
Really?
Because I'd been doing it for about 5 years before I got
Use
there.
me, Jesus.
But here's the part that's interesting. There's a guy on my crew named Jeff who's always wanted to be a fireman, but he's white and he can't get on. So he's a carpenter, but his dream is to be a fireman. And years later, I ran into this guy, Chipper, the black man carpenter, when I was doing a school function thing. Years later, I was already like a celebrity at that point. He said, hi. I said, hey, I remember all back in the day and everything. And I go, good. And he goes, that guy, Jeff, and you keep in touch with him? I go, nah, not really. He goes, he was a racist. I go, I don't think he was. He was a nice guy, whatever. No, he was racist. And I said, why? And he said, he hated me the whole time. And I realized he hated you because he wanted to be a fireman, but he couldn't because of his race. And you were only hired because you're black, and that reminded him of that, and he like took it out on him. So it creates a weird Hatfields and McCoys in the system.
There's no perfect answers in any of these naughty questions, especially about making right for
Naughty
horrible
questions.
things that happened in the past. Now, I can see people listening to you and saying, oh, Adam, you have a chipper on your shoulder because this happened and it is colored, no pun intended, your views on race politically for all the years that came after.
Is
that
like a
true,
hard
sir?
R.
By the way, I gave Chip my bags. He didn't have bags. He didn't have belt. He didn't have belts. I gave him a electrician's bag that I had, and he put it through a Gucci belt and hung it as his bags on the job. And I was always good with Chip, but I do realize that this guy, Jeff, hated him because of the script being
Oh,
flipped.
yeah. I mean, that is a microcosm of something that's...
Or maybe it was you because you're the one who wanted to be a fireman too. It's like, it's this other guy who didn't like Chip. Yeah, that whole thing sucks too. Okay. That whole thing sucks. It should be based on merit. Always merit. Okay. The second we start thinking about each other's skin, then we're going to get tribal up in here. And it's going to be Jumanji. Now, I don't know if you wanted Jumanji, but let everyone have their own culture. Let everyone live among the people that they want to live among. And generally, yeah, it tends to usually go a certain way.
happened millions of times, I would imagine, in
Yes.
America. But again, what is the alternative? You always have to ask that question. Is the alternative that we should have done nothing to recompense for the horrible past? No, I don't think that's the answer either. It's hard not to do it and in some way be clumsy about it. We did in my view, the woke movement went over its skis, or whatever that saying is, and went too far with it. I mean, there were universities, like I think it was Michigan, who had 200 DEI officers. Okay,
Right.
at a college, at the
Right.
most liberal place in the
Right,
universe,
right,
you
right.
need 200
Right.
fucking I mean,
Right.
this is just very Soviet. Because, what are DEI officers? They're basically political enforcers, certainly when you have that many. So did they go too far? But this is the story of America with everything these days. Did Biden go too far with letting people in? Of course. No rational person would argue that. And then no rational person would say, yeah, and what Trump did in response to it wasn't too far the other way, with what's going on in Minneapolis and all this stuff that even his own people hate now. And I
Well-
just look at this and I always say to myself, doesn't anybody want...
Nope, that's not true. They want more law and order. Okay. Look at this. He's a carpenter. He thinks that anyone who's a carpenter is Jesus. That's very Jewish of you. Oive! I've got Jesus Cristo. You see that, Bad Bunny? I know that little language that you've been forlateraling to Center America, the Middle America. La Vida Loca. No, speak our language. You little hot pocket. What you doing speaking another language? Was there a black national anthem too? Good Lord. I didn't even realize that Super Bowl was even happening. We were streaming. Ridiculous. Yep, boycotting the Super Bowl. Yep. I really think that all of this is planned. All of this heavy political leaning kind of stuff is all planned to maybe even not only to divide everyone, but to also topple over major corporations and industries, and so that they can be sold for pennies on the dollar. And that's where the divide and conquer takes place. The conquer is through corporations and buying up IPs and all that. I don't even know. I don't know any of that stuff, so don't even listen to me. That I'm just an observer. But I know nothing about that stuff. But it just seems a bit too coincidental that when they start to go woke, they go broke. And yep, all of them seen it. But Oive,
want to win this game, this political game. It's so easy for somebody to win this game, and you both just go to the extremes and lose.
Yeah.
oh,
so-
and yeah, in the Olympics too, exactly. Then they had the alternative Super Bowl party thing, or the halftime show. No. Yeah, that's okay. That's kind of a cool idea, but they are not American first. Okay, that turning point. They are not American first. So I'll pass on that. But yeah, good for them, I guess. I mean, I don't know. They just seem really, really like shady and shisty. Turning point. That even that guy, the main guy who will do the interviews, he just looks like he just yelling at everyone all the time. Well, why are you doing this? How come it's like this? And then he comes on, he's like, oh, hi. Yes, we're doing great here. Like, really strange.
But here's what I basically say. When they try to force you into a Prius, X amount of people go, I'm getting a Dodge Ram truck and I'm putting a lift kit on it and some of those truck nuts hanging from the differential.
And rolling coal.
Right.
You know what that is?
Yeah.
What?
So, wait, hold on
Diesel.
1 second.
Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, he got him. Now, I know what rolling coal is. I could have very well have done that back in the day. And maybe not too long ago. No. But I don't believe that Adam Carolla does know. And when you say, hold on a second, you're trying to think of it. Look at that. Oh wait, I'm in the way here.
Oh,
Right.
You know what that is? It is?
Yeah.
What?
So, wait, hold on 1 second. I just want to say that when
Oh my God. He is not going to get out of this one. He's like, oh my God. He's like, that son of a bitch, he got me. That's the worst feeling right there. Saying you know something, and then they say, prove it. That's why I don't know anything. Okay. I got nothing to prove. So he is gulping right now.
they push you this way,
Yep.
they then a large group goes that way.
Yes.
But another group splinters off and goes harder the other direction.
Yep.
Now LA, which used to have just Camrys and Honda Civics, has either electric cars or Dodge Ram trucks.
Or the Musk thing, that personnel carrier thing. What's the Tesla that
the
looks,
Cybertruck?
Yeah.
Yes, that's out of like Damnation Alley with George Papard from 1978.
Exactly. I mean,
that thing is crazy.
It's an asshole mobile. Okay.
Right. But so now we're at a point where everybody is projecting and everyone is signaling their base. So when you see a white guy and he has Oakley blade sunglasses on top of his trucker's hat upside down, you go, okay, that guy's a Trump voter. And then when you see Gavin Newsom with his legs crossed further than his knees are overlapping each other by 12 inches the wrong direction, then you go, okay, he's signaling to his base with the deep knee cross.
Back up here. I totally understand your point about signaling, and I think you're right. I did not get the memo on Newsom's legs.
Oh.
What is it? Is this a thing? Is this somewhere on the Tuckergram that I missed?
No.
Newsom's signaling
Newsom's legs.
people with his legs?
If you see pictures of Newsom with the leg cross, it is that. Okay, first off, guys would do.
No, he like tucks his foot even behind the back of his calf on the other leg. Only in my prime was I able to do that. I can't believe he can still do that. Now, big fat little ogres like this always find ways to hate on fit people. So they try to make fit feminine. But you got to be a straight up psycho to cross your legs like that and tuck it behind your back of your calf. So that's not feminine. That's psycho. And you're just jealous because you can barely even lift your leg. And you're wearing the lightest, cheapest tennis shoes. Look at that. Come on. Like, you're wearing that on the show. Look at Bill Maher. Looking the best, his best all the time. Look at that heel slop. No, I mean, actually, it looks kind of cool. Like that thing. It'd be cool if this was then wrapped a little bit tight and then baggy, and then you did some kung fu or something. But you're more like Kung Pao chicken. Look at that. You're gonna
do this a lot.
I do it
I do it too.
because I'm a guy.
And then women would do a sort of this.
Yeah,
But the
bitches.
deeper the blue you get, the deeper, more compressive, the further it gets across. When you see pictures of Newsom with his legs crossed, it's insane. And the thing that's funny is Trump sits with his knees apart, and then he
Yes.
makes a diamond.
right. Okay. That look at it. He's trying to show. He's like, no, I never do that. No, that's not a feminine thing. It's a fit thing. Okay. The reason why Trump has to spread his legs like that is because there's a massive gut in between his thighs that's resting in his thighs like that. That's spread his legs open. But when you're fit and you don't have any body fat, you can fold your limbs in all sorts of ways. So he's just never been flexible. Now you're not going to want to sit like that for too long because you'll end up being like Kreischer and getting some blood clots. So quit folding your legs. You all need to just quit sitting down. Okay, it's the middle of the day. Stand up. Couldn't imagine sitting down. Like I can't remember the last time I sat down. That's all they're doing. Just sitting. They're like, what? Watch me sit. Like we have to constantly watch people sit. We used to watch people doing action. Kicking and tumbling and now we just have to watch you sit and repeat the same things over and over.
with his thumb and forefinger, and he puts it in front of his nutsack, and
Yes.
he says, "Focus on this."
Plus the giant tie pointing to it.
Right. If you see Justin Trudeau or Gavin Newsom or any of these people do panel, their legs, and if the guy is from the New York Times who's interviewing him, he's got the super deep leg cross too. It's sort of a signal to the base.
I didn't know about all that.
Oh, yes.
Okay, I'm learning. That's why we do this show, for learning. But I must say, I always thought it was a little weird when men cross their legs like you're describing. Nothing wrong with it. But it was just not how I cross my legs. It just there's something about it.
Really, Bill?
I'm sorry, it's just not manly.
Yes.
And you're saying that this is a signal.
Yes. It is. You can see it.
Okay. Carolla. It's not. Okay. He's like, ooh, I got him with this one. I wasn't able to get him with the white discrimination, but I get him with the gay. And so, because Bill Maher wants to deflect any kind of gay accusations, he'll just, oh yeah, totally. Yeah, I only sit like this. Yeah, those girls are hot, huh? Yeah. I like going to strip clubs. They move. Do they move the sign over a little bit? Because before you can only see Maher, but maybe he might be leaned in quite a bit to the center.
You don't think it just could be that's how they do it?
It's more than a coincidence that it is almost strictly the domain of the liberal politician and the liberal who does these super deep.
I'm going to need to
Yeah, because they're in better shape than you.
I want to signal that I'm a centrist. I'm not that guy.
No.
But I'm not this asshole.
No.
Okay, so I'm here.
Right. But the thing about Newsom isn't here. Here was a woman in a mini skirt doing panel on Carson in the 70s. He's further than here. He goes. I'm telling you,
Really?
Bill. Yes.
Maybe it's just a flex on how flexible he is.
I'm telling you, Obama does the deep one.
I mean, Chris
Thank you.
Christie couldn't do it.
No. Oh,
Right,
no.
exactly.
I mean, Metzger and Chris Christie, no.
I mean,
if you see Obama, if you see Newsom, Justin Trudeau, deep, I think if you saw pictures of them 10 years ago, you wouldn't see the deep cross.
you think Obama does it?
Obama does the deep cross too. Yeah.
Obama.
He's
Really?
signaling that he's progressive.
But he's centrist, and he's very. I always thought he was. I'm a big fan. Masculine.
I think he may be, but I think he thinks his base or who he's talking.
Well, I guess to Bill Maher, anyone's masculine. So to Bill Maher, a gay man's masculine. Bill Maher thinks that Obama is masculine. Now, everyone says he's a great speaker. But I wouldn't define him as masculine. He might be metro. Yeah. Oh, Boomer here, Carolla doesn't know what metro is. He missed the metro train. He's been referring to this thing. It's called metro. It's something that happened like late 90s or something. It's like GQ introduced it to the world. It's like, oh, you can kind of dress like you came out of a Banana Republic and it be kind of what do they call it? Preppy? Kind of metro prep? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Compared to Bill Maher, you know, any dick is masculine.
To us, not that.
He did get more leftist after he left office. Well, I mean,
Yes.
the party in general did. I mean,
Yes.
Biden was much to the left of the Obama administration.
Yes.
Biden administration.
Yes, I agree. But then Clinton was, I mean, when they pull these clips up of these guys talking about immigration from 20 years ago, it just
Clinton. I never
sounds
saw
crazy.
a picture of Clinton crossing his legs
Doesn't
because he
do-
was always getting blown
He was getting blown.
at the time, and the girl was blocking it.
Right.
So I think that said something in
No, he
itself.
didn't want to crush her hat by.
Okay. Well, I learned so much.
Oh, you're going to see, Bill.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this podcast is brought to you by
Yeah, we'll see, huh? Yeah, so far Adam Carolla is not doing so hot. He's hitting these cliches. He's repeating the same discrimination stories that he tells on every show he's on. He looks unwell. He looks annoyed, and like he couldn't be bothered by Bill Maher. He's actually acting quite feminine, and he's acting bitchy. Okay, you should integrate your feminine. It doesn't mean that you become bitchy. So he hasn't integrated his feminine side. And yeah, it's a spectrum. We all have masculine and feminine energies. Gotta know how to balance them out. And Bill Maher didn't get the memo. He just kept going feminine. But at least he's wearing nice blouses. Because otherwise you become bitchy like Carolla.
on where you feel. How do you think 2026 is going to end? I mean, I just turned 70, so
With
it's
a
a
boom.
big milestone year
Oh,
for
wow.
me.
Congrats.
Yeah. Congrats. I love it. When you get so old, they like
Holy.
congratulate you for being
Yeah,
alive.
and you walked here with
Congratulate you.
almost no aid.
So yeah, so it's to me it's a, any year that ends in 6 is a big year. New decade starts. You almost feel younger because now you have a 0 at the end of the
Yeah,
second.
that's right.
But
Really, you're in overtime, but you thought.
not quite.
Yeah,
not
there's
in this country.
No.
Russia,
no,
I would be.
Yeah.
That's why I'm not Russian.
I think that if Trump, I think ultimately.
Whoa. You had a Russia reference right there. Wizard called out. Was that Wizard that called out that that was a Russian flag? Did I miss that there was a flag or what? Oh, yeah, Jen, you were saying that there was a Russian flag. I was thinking that was that the mat that was the Russian flag, or did? So he just mentioned Russia for no reason. Why did he even mention it?
No.
Russia, I would be.
Yeah.
Not in this country.
Really, you're in overtime.
Oh, Russia.
But you thought.
Not quite.
Yeah,
not
that's,
in this country.
No.
Russia, I would be.
Yeah.
That's why I'm not Russian.
I think that if Trump, I think ultimately, people care about gas prices and egg prices and, stability and, their paycheck and affordability and like basic stuff. You know, can you afford a house and stuff like that? And I think if Trump comes through with all that stuff, then I think most of America will sort of be okay with it. I don't think the Democrats are going to be okay with it because they're going to sort of agitate. And I think essentially the plan is chaos and agitation, and then a sort of a "don't you want this to stop?" And most people do. And it's
I
actually
think it's the Democrats who are agitating.
I do.
Really?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
There's some agitating on the right. Come on.
Yeah,
I mean,
well-
ICE is agitating.
right, but
Even they're admitting it now.
but they go to states and municipalities where they just go do their job, and there isn't shots and bottles and whatever.
They do. And I always like to look from, as a history major, like, what will the historians say when they write about this in 100 years? Well, first of all, a lot of shit will have happened, so it'll only get a paragraph. And that paragraph will probably begin with, because the Biden administration went so far with letting in illegal immigrants, there was a backlash that followed in the Trump and then blah, 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 and all his excesses there. So every action is a reaction.
Yeah.
We have to acknowledge that. But we are living in the present,
Agreed.
okay? And in the present, I mean, I said this to Senator Kennedy on the show last week, you're going to get the dog shit kicked out of you in the midterms, because this is not what people voted for. Trump's down with all the people who he won back to degrees they didn't think possible when he won in 2024. I mean, he did better with minorities and Hispanics and young people. They've all went like, oh, well, you blew it. So I don't think, to me, that's not even, I mean, I would bet the house on that the Democrats are going to win big in the midterms.
I think what people want, sort of micro and macro, is they don't want chaos. And if there's chaos, they'll vote to stop the chaos. And anyone who's been married will tell you, like, look, she's wrong. I don't disagree with all this shit, but just turn the page. Like, I just don't want to deal with the chaos. And so I think that's kind of Democratic strategy, which is the chaos will end when we get rid of this guy or when we're in charge. I do think they're causing the chaos, but I think it's part of a strategy, and I think it's a good strategy. I think it's what's going to win.
I know someone who got divorced recently, and I was, as always, with married people, shocked to hear it, because married people are geniuses at hiding it until it's announced. And she said, when we stop fighting, that's when you know it's over. And I thought that was really so, not that I've ever been married, but I certainly know that feeling. Like, when the woman stops fighting, it's like, okay, you're not even worth fighting with.
It's like when the football coach stops yelling at you, that's the bad part, because he's lost.
Right.
He doesn't find any potential left in you. He doesn't think you could be a better player than you are. Like, when you get ignored, that's when you should worry. And
is that what happened in your marriage?
No, I don't. My marriage is weird. There wasn't, the stuff you fight over in a marriage, if they did the list of the top 5 things couples fight over, money.
Money is number one by far.
Not an argument,
No, they have surveys about it.
Yeah, money, right. How to raise the children,
That's 2. That's number 2.
Yeah, infidelity. You know what I mean? Like, there's all the sort of top things people fight over.
Lack of affection.
Could have cracked my top 10.
No, I'm saying that's on their list.
Yeah.
That's the
from
both sides.
We didn't really have the stuff that most people have, which is peculiar. You
didn't have any of that.
We never fought about money or how we're going to raise the kids or who's cooking my meals or
lack of affection.
Anything that could, we didn't fight over that either, but that could have been an issue.
I bet you did. You didn't say it.
I would almost rather hear them talk about comedy. I couldn't give two shits about your failed relationships. It's like
Differently.
Yes, that's true.
Right.
No, it's true. I mean,
Very differently.
yes, that's true.
Because men and women define affection very differently.
Yes, that's true.
Right.
No, it's true. I mean, what I do is I do things for women. Like I built you this gazebo.
Right.
And they go, I don't care.
Right. They don't. Right.
Stroke my
Right.
hair.
Right.
quit trying to vibe for
Yeah,
someone's
I know.
affection.
I get
Oh
it.
my God.
It's a flawed relationship from Jump Street because we're speaking two different languages under this.
I really like. I got to mention it every time. This is a decent color palette for a decent shot, and looks way better than most of the shows out there. But oddly enough, Duncan Trussell, he's got the big old blue brick wall, or purple, whatever it is, and it looks pretty good. It looks pretty good, but it's a little too much. But still looks pretty good. But with this does help kind of put a little bit more color in with it.
Same roof, essentially.
I mean, usually that is the case. I mean, you can find your way out of it. Thank you, Jesus. But I mean, it's that is the norm. Men are from Mars, women are from Venus. That whole thing, and that's a key part of it. Is that a man's idea of affection is a blowjob, between the 11 o'clock news and when the late night shows come on.
Right.
A woman's idea of affection is, 3 days of listening or something.
Right.
I mean, it's just
Tell us, Bill.
crazily different.
Well, I mean, we are very different.
Oh my God.
And I think
Yeah, I hate these type of conversations, and it's not like they're really enjoying each other's company too much. There's definitely a bit of indifference with Adam Carolla there, but this type of we just kind of talk and like I don't know. They're just trying to create conversation. They're trying to just create content. Yeah, that's my job. I gotta create the content. And you guys are just filling in time. Maybe he was called in to replace somebody at the last minute, and he's kind of annoyed that he had to get there real quick.
part of the fix we're in from a society standpoint is trying to pretend like we're not for like the last 20 years. You know, women should have careers, go to work, and they don't need kids to define them. And
we shouldn't say they should have careers, but they certainly can, right?
No,
I agree with just pretty much most of what Carolla is saying. It's how he's saying it, but yeah, I understand what he's saying. I get it.
Everyone can have everything, but what I feel like we're trying to talk women out of an imperative that has not been healthy for them.
There was a conservative kicker, Harrison Butker, for the Chiefs, who was destroyed over this. Not destroyed so he lost his job, because he can still kick good.
Right.
and good. And I defended him. And I
Yeah.
remember
Well-
starting out saying, I have nothing in common with this guy. He's a super Christian, you know, he's whole about the family and the wife and having kids and blah, blah, blah.
Oh,
and
the
all he was
worst.
saying was like, you know, whatever, like my people, like, hey, you know, shout out to the ladies who want to have kids. It's like, okay, that's your
Yeah, yeah. He just hates it. Isn't that just awful? Just to want to have a family and have decent values and a community. Oh, yuck. Why aren't you aborting those things? And yeah, living for the moment. He is very anti-family.
view. And then there was some, I think it was the ESPYs, and people got on stage and was like, everybody here should be like happy to be here, except for you, Harry. And they literally pointed him out by name in the crowd. It's that kind of thing that makes me fucking hate the far left assholes who do that in their fucking bad attitude. That's just his view. And, you know.
That's what happened to Bill Maher. What are you talking about? That's what that nasty woman said to Bill Maher. So Bill Maher, he seems like he's getting sloshed pretty quick recently. Past few interviews, I wonder if it's that tequila. Because he said he switched. And I mean, look at that. I mean, that's it's a little tequila rage.
Like happy to be here, except for you, Harry. And they literally pointed him out by name in the crowd. It's that kind of thing that makes me fucking hate the far left assholes who do that in their fucking bad attitude. That's just his view. And you know, a woman once said to me, that is women's liberation too. If you want to have children, if that's your goal in life, if that's what you think you were put on earth for, and you don't want to go to an office, that's liberation too. You should be able to do that without being shamed for it. And you know, that's just a lot of the country who thinks this way. Like, have kids, you know, meet a football player and settle down. I mean, fucking Taylor Swift is always going out with these gay English guys, and then she meets a fucking man meat from America, and
Wow. So so Taylor Swift's your relationship reference. Ooh. I'm beginning to understand what Carolla is how he thinks of Bill Maher. I'm like, oh, okay. Maybe Carolla is right about Bill Maher. He's just like, every time with these. Every time. You gotta keep powering through it, but you gotta get back in that fireman shape.
she's happy. Okay, that's not everybody, but obviously that's some people, and don't shame them.
Well, she was going out with the electric cars, and then she got the Dodge Ram. And now she's happy with the gun rack.
We'll
and
be
the
right
lift
back.
kit
That's
on
a
it.
great. If I was doing an old-fashioned show, that would have been a great place to take the commercial break. Such a great line.
Well, thanks. And yes, I completely agree with you. And it drives me nuts when people, it drove me nuts when during COVID you were talking about exercise and losing weight and
No
vitamin
sugar,
D, and
no
they were
sugar.
no sugar.
And he looks great.
And everyone was
Crazy
to
person.
assassinate you. And
Crazy
I'm like,
person.
he's just saying diet and exercise. Why does that make him the
Well,
bad guy?
but I also was saying that what they didn't do, shame on them, was ever have the balls to say to Americans who were dying, the things you're dying from are old age, which you can't do anything about, and obesity, which you can.
Right.
But we're too fucking scared to say to you, if Ozempic had come along a couple of years earlier, they
Right.
could have been there. But we were still in the, you can be healthy at any weight, insanity.
We were
And
in
so
the Lizzo fat stage.
Lizzo looks great in her bikini.
Right,
I remember
right.
seeing that headline.
Right,
And
right.
you know what? Beauty's in the eye of the beholder. You can think Lizzo looks great in a bikini.
No,
I'm a
you
little
can't.
different.
No, you cannot.
Oh, man.
Not if you drive
No,
that Ram truck. You cannot.
No, but some people do. But science.
And imagine you being known for that. It's almost like they set her up for that, knowing that people would use her as that. Well, she was good though. That's the thing. It's not like some industry plant like Jelly Roll singing in a key that no one can find. But I get what you're saying.
Is not in the eye of the beholder.
I agree.
From the people who are like, we're the science people, but him the science.
Well, listen,
and you
doctors
didn't.
traditionally have told you the same thing for the last 40 years. They'd go, quit smoking, lose weight. Now they're just quit smoking and you do you.
Well, now they say quit smoking and do Ozempic.
Right.
Because suddenly the body positivity thing, oh, I don't remember ever. Yeah, you said it all the time. Now you don't say it because you have Ozempic.
Because he brought up, he's like, yeah, quit smoking, right? So he's bothered by the smoke, and now look at his face when he sees the little billow of smoke pop off here.
I don't remember ever. Yeah.
All right, now look at it. Look at him. Now watch when he notices the smoke.
You said it all the time. Now you.
Oh man, he's having to handle a drunk person.
Don't say it because you have Ozempic. So you can actually do what I was saying all along, which is lose weight.
Right.
Because the body is not listening to your nonsense. The body is following what the body follows, which is biology.
I have an Ozempic issue that I'm curious.
Oh, I got many.
If you agree with it or not. I have a problem with it in that, and most people go, well, so what? You know, you lose the weight, it's important. Oprah tells you, you know, it's a genetic thing and you got to do it.
But why are people having problems with products? I mean, that's a good thing, but then just don't use it. But you got to do more than just not use it. They have to be an advocate for it. I don't get it. This kind of reminds me of the early Mac versus PC. It's like these kind of weird narratives that products create among people, and they have like Like, I got a problem with Tylenol. Oh, man. I mean, right.
You got to listen. Why do we listen to Oprah? But all right. She's going to tell you whatever. I have a problem that's not about weight, it's more about discipline. I believe that an important part of life is discipline. And everybody I know who's successful has discipline. And everyone historically who's ever been successful, they get up, they do their homework, they show up.
There are exceptions, and they're called musicians.
Right.
Musicians do not need discipline. They don't.
What? Oh, my God. I've been agreeing with Carolla more during this thing. When he first started though, it was very cliche, but maybe he's just trying to get warmed up. But maybe he's just saying all the party lines.
But listen.
They don't even have to go on stage nearly at the hour that they said they were going to. And people still put up with it. They can
Musicians
show
are
up
very
3
disciplined.
hours fucking late because they were watching a football game that they did not want to miss.
Yes, Axl Rose can show up that late. That is true.
He's hardly the only
right.
one who's done that.
That is true. But at some point, they sat in their basement and practiced the guitar for 11 hours a day.
Yeah, they did.
And they had that, and now they can do it drunk and late. But they can still...
Right, like you.
Yeah. There was a discipline. And to me, discipline is super important in life. It really helps. It helps kids,
creates
it
merit.
helps adults. It's everything good out of life sort of comes from delayed gratification and discipline. And diet and exercise is really the daily discipline reminder. If you really think about if you think about, I'm climbing Mount Everest. All right, but that's a once in a lifetime discipline, or I'm going to get my pilot's license or some other thing. That's a discipline. Or there's boot camp in the Marines. But diet, every single day you wake up and you go, God, I'd love some Pop-Tarts. And then a little voice in your head goes, no, don't do it. Don't do it. You know what I mean? And that's you exercising discipline. And
do you keep Pop-Tarts in the house?
No, I wouldn't bring them in the house, but I will tell you this. And one more reason to hate.
Do you keep Pop-Tarts in the house? I want to ask.
Oh my God. Oh my God. The tequila gets a little aggression out of Maher. I'm liking these outbursts.
This, and one more reason to hate.
Do you keep Pop-Tarts in the house? I want answers to these questions, God damn it.
Just the fruity ones, never the chocolate.
These are the hard-hitting questions that you get on this
the lampshade
show.
will probably fall.
Do you keep Pop-Tarts in the house?
Not like you're ever going to have any fucking kids, but one more reason not to have kids is Pop-Tarts will be in the house. And when you have fucking kids, you open the pantry and you see a line of Pop-Tarts and breakfast cereals and cookies and s'mores, and you just go, oh my God. And then you open the fridge and it's all the pizzas and Italian takeout and pasta and all the carbs and all the shit
Fruity
you're not
Pebbles?
supposed to eat. Fruity, it's all there.
I had Fruity Pebbles in my pantry once.
Well, that's not the kids.
That was my girlfriend.
Yes, that's the kids in the pot. That's not.
Okay, so what's even more insane is that you're feeding that to your children. As bad as you know it is for you and that you're trying to avoid it, you're giving it to your children who are much smaller than you. Why?
out and pasta and all the carbs and all the shit
Fruity
you're not supposed to
Pebbles?
eat. Fruity, it's all there.
I had Fruity Pebbles in my pantry once.
Well, that's not
But
not
that
the
was
kids.
that was my girlfriend.
Yes. Yes. That's the kids in the pot. That's not. Okay. So you open the fridge at night and you'll find a whole pizza in there that they ate, half of early. And then
But they can get away with it because
they can, but you're there.
Right.
And you
Don't
had a
say
drink
pizza around
and you're
Bill Maher.
starting to look at those Pop-Tarts in a real loving way. And then a point in your brain kicks in and he goes, no, don't do it.
Right.
Don't do it. And that's the same thing that says, do another 10 minutes on the treadmill.
Right.
Or you're working on you're doing the monologue for your show and you're tired and you want to watch TV, but no.
Oh,
Let's give it a little more time. You got a book. There's a date. It's got to be published.
Never phoned in 1 minute. 1 minute. I've never phoned in 1 minute of politically incorrect, real time,
the
33
tequila's
years
getting
on
aggressive.
TV. That you can't get me on.
No, I absolutely.
But once
watch
in a while,
and I can tell.
I do. Yes, you're right. Mostly, but what I usually tell myself in those moments is, I know you want to give in to the, short term.
Look at the lamp's not even turned on. Let's see if the shade falls. And only a female intern would do something like this. Oh my God. Why would you do a product placement like that? The guitar's gone. They took the guitar away. Oh my God, they watched our episode. That was nuts. They took the guitar away. Well, yeah, because it also just didn't make sense. Oh man. Oh, they redid the art here too. Oh, and they don't have that other piece here too. I really enjoyed this this effect that this has, because it's just this. Wait, is that a whole piece? I thought that was just the shadow, but that actually might be a whole sign. I thought at first that it was just this, and then this was the shadow that was casting, but anyway, I like all that. Is this new? The lights on the bottom here? That might be new. Here, I'll get my. So now I refrained from doing that because that's a harsh white light to be looking at. But I had that as an option, and I opted out of that. And they're deciding to do that because there's my white bars, and I just wouldn't do that to you guys. I want to make sure that it's soft lighting. And then you can also zoom in on your device and cancel out the colored edges. Give you options. But they're not giving me an option on looking at these bright white lights. It is a little distracting, but does it need to go like in the back of the corner? That way that bar won't show. It'll be back behind the table. And then this would be up here, which would be fine. And then it'll light up the back of the wall on the bottom. So just push that over to the edge of the wall. Do us all a favor, because it's hurting my eyes. That's why I gotta wear sunglasses.
Save it for when you really need it.
Right.
Because sometimes you do really need it.
Right.
Sometimes you have to give in.
Right.
And it is the right thing to do to have the Pop-Tart.
Give in.
Right.
Right, said it. Sometimes it's the right thing to have the Pop-Tart.
Well, what I'm saying
This show covers it all.
is the
He's a little drunk right now.
diet is an everyday sort of exercise. It's gravity.
You're
It's
so-
always on top
right.
of you, and it never goes away. And you don't know how many times a day you discipline yourself to go. I mean, how many? I can't tell you how many. I work with young people, you know, and I'm there during the day, and they go, "We're going to
I
the
like Bill
Habit,
Maher
we're
having
going
fun.
to In-N-Out Burger, we're doing a
Bill Maher's
lunch
having
run.
fun.
You want anything, boss?" And I go, "Fuck yes, I do." That's what my brain thinks. Like, I want a
Right.
fucking double and fries smothered in
Right.
shit. And I go, no, I'm good.
I'm in
good.
a restaurant, the waiter says, "Would you like a drink to start?"
Right,
Yeah, I'd like it,
right,
but I'm not going to order it
right.
because I don't drink except here.
And then dessert, me too.
Because I had
That's
two
why I'd
already.
appreciate not taking 3 years off, by the way, because I need a pop. But
But
that's why I'd appreciate not taking 3 years off.
Like it,
Right,
but I'm not going to order it
right.
because I don't drink except here.
And then dessert, me too. That's why I'd appreciate not taking 3 years off, by the way, because I need a pop. But no, and then dessert. We got key lime pie, and you're like, but you know.
oh, okay. So he just said that he had because I hadn't seen him drink much. I don't think. So he must have had it before, and I could. That's what I was saying before. I'm like, he might have actually had a couple of drinks and he's just sitting there down, all relaxed, not willing to stand up and shake Bill Maher's hand. But what I thought was a power move, I corrected and said actually he might be slightly buzzed, and he just referenced to that. So he could have very well have been buzzed there at the beginning.
So I think Ozempic is great for weight loss, but bad for discipline. I think not taking 3 years off, by the way, because I need dessert, me too. That's why I'd appreciate not taking 3 years
There,
off,
me too.
because I need a pop. But no, and then dessert. We got key lime pie, and you're like, but you know. So I think Ozempic is great for weight loss, but bad for discipline.
You're so right. I've made the same point as much as I can, and boy, of all the third rails you can touch in America, this is
weird
the
one,
one
right?
that they just cannot accept. You cannot be honest about obesity, and it's like, first of all, I never do like the cheap jokes about it, and believe me, those jokes are submitted. I could. I'm just trying to state the facts. and say it outright. And I remember, James Corden. You remember that when he went after me, and you probably defended me. You have been, before I get too stoned to forget to mention this. You've been
no, it's not stone, drunk. So it seems that since he's switched to this tequila, he's been getting drunk really quick, and he's not understanding what's happening. Where before he could go on for a while, have a couple of drinks of whatever he was drinking before. I guess it was whiskey, which yeah, so you got that. And then, but this stuff is making him do outbursts. He's like yelling at the guests, like pointing a finger. He did that, I think, the last one too, but he's done it twice to Carolla.
Supportive of our little enterprise here, and we appreciate it so much.
Well, you're telling the truth, and you're
as are you. I mean, it's just, but it's very appreciated because, it's so hard to not be on one of the extremes.
Yes.
To not have a team. I mean, it just really sucks, and especially in this town where everyone's on one team, and it's not. I mean, as I always say to my woke friends, we voted for the same person. You're just why she lost.
Right.
And they do not like that.
Right.
They are very exclusionary.
Yes.
They really just don't want to breathe the same air if you're not exactly with the groupthink.
Yes, which is,
while they're not that bright.
I know, and it's counterintuitive to me, because I always feel like you should be looking for things you agree on, not looking for things you disagree on, and it just makes life so much easier and so much better. And it's almost like saying, look, we'd like to go out to dinner. Let's not try to figure out what food you hate and I love. Let's try to figure out the food we both love, and let's go enjoy ourselves. And it's pretty easy to do, because if you think about most people who you may disagree with, or maybe I disagree with, it's not 10 out of 10 things. We agree on 8 out of 10 things, and maybe we have a disagreement about 2 out of 10 things. Like, people say to me all the time, "Oh, you're Republican and right-leaning." I go, listen, I don't own a gun. I'm not religious at all. I'm for abortion and pot smoking and everything. How right can I be?
You've put your finger on the thing that makes me so incensed about the woke and the far left, which is this, that they want to character.
I've actually been agreeing with a lot of what Carolla has been saying. And his voice isn't annoying to me as much as it did before.
People, you, me, Barry Weiss, who's a lesbian and Jewish, and things that used to be our. We need no further credentials to let you know that we are certainly not conservatives. We're not right wingers. We're not whatever you think, and yet it's never enough for them.
Right.
It's never enough that we're just not willing to go along with your insanity. That doesn't make us conservatives.
Right. No, I agree. Barry's great, and there's many people that way. And again, it's interesting because they feel compelled to put you somewhere, and if you don't conform and it doesn't work, then they have an issue with it. But I think, well, first off, here's the thing. Imagine if you had to conform. I mean, imagine if COVID came around and you just had to go in.
I did.
All in on all of it.
I did have to conform. I didn't want the
This tequila makes him yell. He was he was never yelling at his guests like this. He's actually raising his voice and almost barking.
vaccine at all. Not that I'm against all vaccines, just I didn't think I needed that one. But I had to have it. I couldn't have continued my life.
Right.
They wouldn't have let me do the show, and I had to do it here. I did it in this room.
Well, that's
And yeah, and so Bill Maher just said that he was basically forced to get the vaccine.
basically what I'm saying.
And now he's mentioned how he's got to change things up because you might not have very long to live, maybe. So he's got to enjoy it while he can.
Let's talk about the vaccine. The vaccine came around and COVID came around. And I have twins, and at the time, boy, girl, with the fucking Pop-Tarts, god damn it. and they were like 14, you know? And
14?
There were 14 at the time
Oh.
of COVID. And I had, at the time, elderly parents.
Right.
And so people would come to me and they'd go, what about the vaccine? And I would go, well, my elderly mom and my elderly dad should get the vaccine.
Perfect.
And my kids shouldn't get the vaccine. And they go, so you're against vaccines. And it's like, can we have a little fucking nuance here, idiots?
That is such a perfect microcosm of reasonableness to me.
Right.
Yes, 14
The
and
alcohol is making
94
them yell.
are different.
Yes.
And if you don't see that, you are not the science people.
No, you're actually anti-science because my 14-year-olds don't need it at all because
Not
they're
at all.
They're healthy, thin, and active,
you
and my
put-
elderly parents do. And so that's where I come down on this. Why is that an issue? I don't even get why that's even a thing. Why would you even say anything about it?
No, that's such it's like the perfect example to prove why we, I say this like we should, like we're going to do anything I say we should, but we should come to the middle where there is always to literally every problem that seems so intractable, there really is some pretty easy, if people would just stop being so extreme, middle ground, grand bargain. We used to have grand bargains in this country where each side would come to the table and they would understand we're not going to get everything, we're going to get Greenland, but we're not going to actually own it with the deed.
Right.
Right. Come on. I mean, look, is he the first guy to ever suggest we should have Greenland? No, he's not. I mean, so there's that side, and then my always bitch about the media is like, you never read the whole story in either organ. You have to read something from both sides to get the full story.
Right.
So, I never read or read in the leftist press that, no, he's not the first president to even suggest this. Presidents have thought about Greenland before.
Yes.
Okay, but then, of course, it's insane to say we're going to take it by force. That was crazy. But, Greenland, is it the craziest idea anybody has ever had? No. And could it be super valuable? Yes. Is it worth, making the whole world hate us? No. Again, there's always just a middle ground, even on something like Greenland, which, by the way, before he came along, I had never been thinking about.
No, I agree. He does.
But maybe we should have. Maybe we should have. That's also should be on the table. Maybe we should have.
I agree. I don't know if there's I don't, Trump has, he has bunches of different ideas. He has, let's make Canada the 51st state, but I think he's just talking. You know what I mean? I don't know that he really thinks that. Then he has stuff like let's move the embassy from Tel Aviv to, wherever in Israel.
Jerusalem, which every president had on his desk. They just pocket vetoed it for administration after administration. It always should have happened, and he did it.
Right.
I make no apologies for giving him complete credit for doing the right thing that everybody said they were going to do, and then they didn't have the balls to do.
But the left said the Middle East is going to be on fire if you do it, and then he did it, and nothing happens. Right. So
it's been the Jewish capital since 1000 AD, 1000 BC.
Right. So there's the stuff he does do that everyone says is never going to work, but it does. And then there's the stuff he doesn't do that he probably never was going to do. But most interestingly enough, I guess with Trump is he brings up a lot of stuff where you go, I never thought of that. I never thought about Greenland.
I always call him President, I've got an idea.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we could continue to watch this. I'm not really. It's not really all that engaging, and yeah, I mean, let play for a couple more minutes here, and maybe we'll skip to something. But let's at least watch this for a few minutes, and then kind of see if anything unfolds. And maybe we just have to have this as a two-parter.
Yeah, there's just not anything he surveys that he doesn't think he can fix, whether it's the ballroom, the lack of at the White House, which, by the way, I don't give a shit about either way, or the Kennedy Center, or NATO, or Greenland, or, credit card rates are too high.
No, but he does do a thing, like sometimes when he goes, why don't we take Palestine?
Yeah, but you would if you're going to all these other countries and meeting with all these leaders and diplomats and seeing everything that all these other countries provide for their leaders. And they're like, oh, maybe I should try that. But I mean, they're doing real estate deals in Dubai. Okay. Abu Dhabi. They're
make it into a golf resort and have it'll be like Miami Beach, and I go, everyone's first impulse is, this is outrageous. And then the next one is like, I don't know, maybe there's something there.
Of course, he's always over the top, the way he describes anything. But the idea that Gaza could have always been Abu Dhabi, which is not a golf resort, but which is a very successful Western, shall we say, influenced culture, still a Middle Eastern country, obviously, that is rich and doing well, and the citizens are prospering. Other people have said that for decades. Gaza could have been that. Israel gave it back.
I just said Dubai.
Gave it back. It wasn't a negotiation. It was like, okay, you know what?
Did I even say Abu Dhabi before? And did he just say Abu Dhabi right after when I said Trump doing real estate? Did I only say Dubai, or did I say Abu Dhabi as well? What you taking my analogies for? Okay, that's my analogy. Bill Maher. What? That tequila makes you telepathic? That's telepathic tequila? You're taking my analogies with your telepathic tequila?
You take it. And what did they do? They imported missiles from Iran and built tunnels and did nothing but try to destroy Israel. That's what they
Right.
did with their independence.
Right.
That is not the fault of Zionists or anybody else in the world but them.
Yes.
That's what they did from 2005 when they had it all to their own. They could have made it Abu Dhabi. No, it shouldn't be Miami Beach either. Look, Miami Beach itself is too much for me. I once thought about moving to Miami Beach when the pollution here got so bad I couldn't see the sun for a week, but I pulled back. Well, here's something no one tells you.
But I pulled. He's like, wait a second, I just about mentioned the real estate that I purchased. Oops. But I pulled back. I didn't actually buy real estate in Miami. Shh. Okay. So that is the shadow of it. Yeah. So this is the piece right there, and then this is the shadow that it's casting. So I like that effect that it is casting that shadow on the colored brick right there, but I want you to touch up the paint a little bit. This is what he's been like lately. He's changed. This actually looks like a Bill Maher face mask on a look-alike. Maybe Bill Maher actually headed out to the old promised land, to the breakaway civilization, and this is just a man in a mask, because that looks, I mean, we've already seen this for a few weeks here. Got it. But the face is getting a little puffy. I wonder if that alcohol is getting a little puffy. You weren't like that before. That's new. Um, but we won't even go there. But I'm just like looking like Sandoder or Dan Soder. See, that's why I don't read out loud, folks. Okay, I get those words mixed up. I'm one of those, folks. I'm one of those. I also don't know the names of colors. I just don't know how you guys learned that language. It's like learning wines, different wines. Just, I know that it's a wine. I just don't want to know every name of it. But that is some Dan Soder cheeks. I bet you wish we could only see you in a 10-inch tube TV, not zooming in like this, huh? So here's this kind of generation that came from TV at its peak and is now being part of the new media, podcasting kind of thing that's happening, and it has been happening for a while. And on our end, we're able to, at least for now, we're able to zoom in. Okay. So we are, able to overlay on the new medium, or the new media market. So just imagine what kind of quantum physics would be overlaid on top of what we're doing. No. It pretty much ends here. It doesn't go any fractaling more than this. Welcome to the chat, Dice. But a lot of what Adam Carolla has been saying, I've been agreeing with. I wasn't buying that whole, oh, my dad doesn't like what I do, doesn't pay enough attention to me. So I wasn't really buying that. But yeah, everything he says, or he was saying, was true. And yeah, he's kind of a family values kind of guy.
So
because
energized with that.
I have a list of like 30 important things that Trump has done.
They're both a little sloshed right now on tequila. So Bill Maher changed his liquor, and now he's verbally aggressive, and he'll point at the guests. You're like, and yell, and then he'll kind of get little poofy face and pontificate with this poofy face. He's becoming a poofy face pontificator.
In the first year that I'm against and that I do not like. But his idea, his just sort of macro 30,000 feet idea that Western civilization is the civilization we should defend, and that it is under attack, and that Israel is the front line in that fight, is right.
Yes.
And I am aligned with that point of view. Does he carry it out the way I would like? No, he carries nothing out the way I would like. But I can't deny that that's the truth too. Western civilization, I believe in it.
Yes.
The elements of it that everyone in this country, not everyone, but
did you say that Israel is then at the front line of protecting it?
aligned with that point of view. Does he carry it out the way I would like? We should defend the idea that Western civilization is the civilization we should defend, and that it is under attack, and that Israel is the front line in that fight, is right.
Yes.
And I am aligned with that point of view. Does he carry it out the way I would like? No.
So, is that Bill Maher saying that he's a Zionist? Or that he just believes that Israel is going to that Israel is our ally and is going to defend us.
He carries nothing out the way I would like. But I can't deny that that's the truth, too. Western civilization, I believe in it.
Yes.
The elements of it that everyone in this country, not everyone, but lots of people just take for granted your free speech and your right to wear what you want and be who you want and love who you want. This is not everywhere in the world. And this civilization that you seem to want to promote to this status of being the downtrodden people who deserve our most heartfelt sympathy, well, that's also the civilization that is most oppressive to women and gay people and other people that are sort of important to your coalition, I thought.
Well, I think of it this way, which is America is constantly comparing itself to some civilization that never existed. Some utopian, civilization. And it's...
Yeah, I miss that Tartaria. We got to figure out how they built those buildings. The mud flood. Those ancient buildings.
It's really, it's really this, because, it's like,
bring the bells back.
We invented slavery. We were the only country in the world that ever engaged in this and stuff. And it's
I got to stop you because there are people listening to this, I hope not many because we have a very smart audience, who heard you say sarcastically, we invented slavery.
Right.
And they went, yeah, we did.
Yeah.
Because there are lots of people who think that.
Right. Okay.
So we didn't.
Every nation and every civilization had slaves, and we were probably late to the slave
Wasn't
party.
even really usually about race because they did it with people because travel was so difficult who lived near them.
Right.
Who looked like.
Yeah, who Bill Maher? Who'd you call them? What kind of people would you call them? The chattel. Well, what's the other name that you would call those slaves? Bill Maher, huh? It's all in the Epstein files. All over. They love calling us this. They love it. Exactly. Who owned the ships, Bill? Who owned the ships? Them.
Everybody's involved with this, and we had a war to stop it. And so all we can do is sort of compare ourselves to civilizations that either exist now or before. So it's almost like saying, it's like saying, the Seattle Seahawks, 13-3 or 14-3 or whatever, big whoop. What about this team that never existed that went 17-0 for the last 1,000 years and won every Super Bowl? It's like no team has done that. You can compare yourself to other teams in the league.
Didn't the Dolphins go 17-0 and
they went I think 14-0 or something. Maybe it was before the 17-game season.
Oh, it was
maybe with the playoffs.
I think it was a 14-game season.
14-game season, then playoffs and whatever. Yes, one team.
It's pretty impressive that Bill Maher knows sports too. I couldn't care less. And Bill Maher knows a little bit of everything, huh? Sports, politics. It's like the New York Times walking among us.
Team ran the table one time.
I'm just saying, don't shit on Don Shula, Elvis Presley, or Pop-Tarts.
Or Larry Zonka.
When you're here.
Right, never. but one team did it once. It's been 6 years. So here's what I'm saying. We don't compare ourselves to a team that never existed, that never lost the Super Bowl and never lost a game. We have to compare ourselves to other teams in the league.
Yes.
And we are essentially the Pittsburgh Steelers that's done a lot of winning and won a bunch of Super Bowls, or maybe the 49ers or whatever it is. And then other places are the Cleveland Browns. And they've never won a Super Bowl, and they don't have they don't have more than 500 type seasons. They're always deficits. But the whole point is why are we comparing ourselves to teams that never existed?
Or to put it another way, have we not lived up to our ideals? Of course we have not. We're humans and compromises have to be made. But the ideals that everybody around the world, including those who shit on us, want us to live up to, we created.
Right.
We created those ideals.
Yes.
Could we get a little credit for trial by jury? We created those ideals.
Yes.
Could we get a little created?
Right.
We want us to live up to.
Listen to these
we
robots.
Created.
Right.
We created those ideals.
Yes.
Could we get a little credit?
So when you need in death, everyone has an ideal. So it sounded like his name was Robert Paulson.
Right.
We created those ideals.
Yes.
Could we get a little credit for trial by jury?
Right.
A little credit for equal rights for minorities. Freedom of the press. These things weren't like given to us when they were, in 2001 throwing the bone up in the air.
Right.
They had to be won hard winning fights, hard battles that we had to undertake to get to these places. People didn't just come along.
There's also kind of a bottom line, which is, if we're as whatevers you guys all say we are, why is everyone trying to get here? And if we're so oppressive to minorities and people of color and people who look different than us, why are they the number one group who's trying to get into this country? You do the math. I mean, there's a
lack.
So Carolla wants you to just then go harder. Just push harder than.
Of perspective.
Yes,
that's my complaint is just, it's never that, I'm not saying you don't study slavery. Of course, even when I was a kid, we studied slavery and we were told it was bad. Did we
because you're a history
obsess about
major?
it? No, maybe we should have a little more. But I mean, I was in 8th grade history class. I remember this with a conservative teacher. I remember this guy. I remember my parents didn't especially like him. They thought he was, and he was. But of course, in those days, they didn't put that out very much in the classroom.
Right.
But even as an 8th grade kid, I could kind of read between the lines. I remember there was a demonstration about the Vietnam War, and he kind of let us know he took a dim view of that. Okay, fine, but we didn't get too political. But even with this guy,
and why would you get political in the history class? That's crazy.
I got it. Slavery bad.
I saw Roots with my mom in North Hollywood in our
Wait, I thought your mom was never there. And now you watch Roots with her? I didn't watch Roots with my mom.
Her mom, she never left the house, so she was always there. She just didn't have basic cable.
Wait a second, Adam Carolla. I feel like I have just been taken in by a sob story, and now you tell me you let it slip because you're drunk, that you eat Pop-Tarts.
No, see, he's getting sloppy right now. The tequila's too strong. It's really affecting his interviewing. Whatever he was doing before was better.
And you watched Roots with your mom?
That's right.
Tell me about it. Tell me about that experience.
I think Alex Haley, probably a 7-part series.
Yes.
It's an odd
I was
number
in-
series.
I remember it so vividly. I was in college. It certainly got on everybody's radar. It was January. I remember it aired in January when everyone was inside. Nobody was out. It was freezing cold. And there it was, this groundbreaking. And it was
Yes.
great. And I remember it had in it an actor who was one of my favorite actors because he was the star of Combat. He later lost.
LeVar Burton?
No.
That's a joke. LeVar Burton could have been a
Morrow.
Vic Morrow.
Vic Morrow.
Oh.
Who was the star of Combat.
Yes,
The
Combat.
greatest show ever,
Yes.
which Steven Spielberg made into the greatest movie ever,
Jeeps
called
in the-
Saving Private Ryan, the
just in
greatest
the-
combat episode ever.
Yes.
But Vic Morrow, unfortunately, later lost his head filming a movie, literally.
That was the craziest thing with the helicopter crash. And
Right,
his holding
crash.
those 2 kids.
Well, it wasn't a crash. The blade cut his head off.
Well, yeah, no, I mean, the helicopter crashed and the blade cut
Yeah.
his head off. It was also holding 2 kids.
Children.
2.
But they survived, right?
No.
No?
No?
They died too?
Would you think
No,
it's possible for him to hold 2 4-year-olds and have a helicopter blade go across his chest?
Anyway, let's get back to Roots.
Sorry.
The subject you're trying to avoid because it exposes your lie about your bad childhood.
I watched it with my mom, and the whole time she just looked at me and she went, "Do you see how bad we are? Do you see what happens? Do
I
you
see
see
a
who we are?"
parent. I see a parent caring for you.
Yes, you do.
There. That's
Yes.
what I see. A
Yes.
parent caring
Well, I ate my-
and trying to teach you a lesson by watching Roots with you.
The lesson was learned.
What
Bill
was it?
is drunk.
We are evil. We have a horrible history, and this is all our fault.
Both of them
And
are.
that's the message that stuck with me. But I learned it as you learned it. This thing where it's like they're trying to erase history. It's like, what do you mean? I'm totally aware of this. I feel like everyone is aware of it. And I don't feel like there's anyone who can escape it at this
I'm
point.
not sure that all the time in Mississippi they were teaching that Lincoln's birthday was a great thing.
Right.
I'm not sure about that. And they did call it. They did not call it the Civil War. They called it the War of Northern Aggression.
In Mississippi?
I believe in the South.
On the South.
There was
The
you
aggressors.
can please go to the stacks, look at the microfiche. Am I behind the times on this? Okay.
No, I was looking at microfiche earlier. Today. Yeah, I pulled my Stutz Bearcat into the library, and I got my raccoon coat out, and I said, "Do you know what?"
Oh, it was after that.
I said,
but,
22
okay.
skidoo to the
Okay.
library.
No. We're talking about the 1980s. Now,
Yeah, I know.
90s. But yeah, but I think you will find that in the southern states there is a different view of it. But in general, we acknowledge it. And what I was trying to tell, for example, Marshawn Lynch was here recently, and I don't feel like he really had been apprised
Jumanji.
of the idea that slavery had occurred all over the world throughout history. And I tried to make the case that humans are not good people. It's just not whites that are not good people.
right.
Humans are not good
No,
people.
I mean, obviously,
They all basically act the same. and
Africans were very involved with the slave trade.
they're very involved.
Right. And so we have
Yeah.
a narrative, and the narrative is one that paints a kind of a picture that is not totally accurate. And by the way, if I was Marshawn Lynch, and
Right,
this is
almost like
kind of my
they're erasing
problem,
our
I guess,
history.
with the media, which is if somebody said to me, look, cops shoot black people and they shoot white people, and they sort of equal opportunity offenders, then I would go, okay. But if the narrative is black people have a target on their back and cops are gunning for them and they're not welcome in this society and there's systemic racism, then that would be very agitating to a black person.
Well,
I would assume.
It's
and
also what I call a zombie lie.
right.
What was it true? Of course it was true. Could you find it true in pockets of America today? Possibly.
What percentage of cop shootings or cop anythings, fatalities or whatever, would go away if the person just 100% complied with whatever the orders were. Roll the window down or hands on the wheel, like whatever people think is demeaning or beyond the scope of his ability. I contend they would all go away.
I will give you that point.
Of almost every bad cop killing that we hate, that if the person, white or black, because we've seen white now in Minneapolis, if the person just went, whatever you need,
okay,
I'll do it, it would end tomorrow.
I will give you that point.
And there could still be bad cop shootings.
Okay.
But
I'm going to give you that point. Give me this point.
Okay.
Okay. Here's the deal. Here's our grand bargain.
I'll
give you that bargain. That point. Yes. If you don't fuck with the cops, you will probably not get shot. Yeah. Also, the cops have to have different training so that job one isn't, if you don't respect me to the utmost degree, I get to.
The cops are. These are just middlemen. Yeah, they had stand down orders in Minneapolis to not help people, to not help the federal agents, and so
fucking shoot you. Yeah. A lot of them just have a bad attitude. That's what we saw with the one this last week in Minneapolis. This Alex Preddy guy. Okay, what he did basically was not conform to doing what you exactly what you and yes, you should, but also it can't be means for an execution. The cops are. It attracts too many people, that job, who want to be bullies, give people a badge. It's a license to be an asshole. Now, some of that is going to have to get in. That's just the job, okay?
Yes.
But you could have training that tries to ameliorate that issue, that problem, that if you just...
Yes, you should figure out how to train to combat all the Karens out there and screaming. Yeah. Crazies. I don't know if you could really train for that unless you had them watch The View. Otherwise, yeah. They just used all that to distract from all the fraud that was happening.
Don't do exactly what I say, I have the right to fucking kill you. That's got to go away. The sign on the door says to protect and serve. That refers to us.
No,
us,
listen,
not you.
I
us.
I agree. But here's where I think
Pop-Tart.
Here's where I think you may be wrong.
Not that we're two drunks.
I don't know.
We're just like ranting.
You guys are.
That's not what this show is.
No.
Two fucking guys at the corner of the bar.
He's gonna start yelling again. Like this is definitely making him more agitated. The whiskey or whatever he was drinking before, a lot more chill. Yeah, smoking a joint. Ever since he switched, he's been really short with people, agitated, pointing at them, yelling, slamming things down. Just getting up. He got up and bent over this to pick up the shade, and just knocking bottles down, and he had a lighter in his hand, and he slammed his ice in his cup. He slammed his hand down, and the lighter popped out of his hand and dropped on the floor. And so he bent over and grabbed it. The whole thing's a mess. It's entertaining though.
Ranting at each other. That's
Or
not
cross
us.
my legs like a stray cat.
Yeah, I don't know who
All right.
makes
so
these
listen,
rumors up.
I think
Oh.
there's a problem, and the problem is human nature. I don't know about training 23-year-olds. If you have a gun.
Okay, so Bill Maher just referenced to the past couple interviews he's had. He's gotten drunk and has used a lot of gay innuendos. And the guest had been visibly uncomfortable with it and was even like, no, man, hey, no. Nah, I don't. Marshawn was like, no, I don't play like that. And then that Dan Farah, he was like, whoa, no. And because Bill Maher kept saying like, just a couple gay guys out here or whatever, and he's just like, what? No, that's not a no. And he's like, no, that's just a phrase. He's like, no, that is not. So he's realizing that the alcohol is slipping the old mask, and occasionally he'll reference to it, and he has a couple times already now. But he'll say that Adam Carolla is doing it. That's only because his team members told him, hey, careful, man.
I agree. But here's where I think
Pop-Tart.
Here's where I think you may be wrong.
Look, he's like slamming everything.
Not that we're two drunks.
I don't
Who
know.
are just like ranting.
No,
That's not what this show is.
No.
Two fucking
Sam.
guys at the corner of the bar just ranting at each other. That's
Or
not
cross
us.
my legs like a stray cat.
Yeah, I don't know who
All right,
makes
so
these
listen.
rumors up.
I think there's a problem, and the problem is human nature. I don't know about training 23-year-olds. If you have a gun and it's strapped to your hip and some guy's calling you a pussy cocksucker for the last 2 hours and
Right.
spitting in your face,
You're
and you have
right.
a gun strapped to your
You're
hip,
right.
and you played a little football in junior college, I don't know a human being. I didn't go to high
Right.
school with a
You're-
guy who wouldn't shoot you.
So true.
So we're
Right.
creating something that's unrealistic. They're going, you're saying to every asshole I went to high school with, here's a gun.
Right.
Now I'm going to stand in front of you and call
Right.
you a fucking pussy and spit at you.
Right.
But don't use that gun. Don't ever use that gun. At some point I might start pushing you, but don't use the gun. But only if you see me reaching for something that might be a gun, then you can use that gun. It's an impossibility to not do it. I've said this to people a million times. Don't look at cops as cops. Look at them as dudes with guns. And you wouldn't go up to a dude with a gun and start calling him a pussy and getting in his face and saying his old lady's snatch stunk. He's got a gun. Just treat it like he has a gun.
That's so brilliant. Really, that cops are dudes with guns. That's so brilliant.
That's all they are. And they may have badges and they may have hats, but for that millisecond, they're dudes with guns.
So this is Carolla's, kid analogies that he thinks that are really deep, but it's very kind of cliche kind of stuff. Dudes with guns. It's true though. I agree with him.
Cops are dudes with guns. That's so brilliant.
That's all they are. And they may have badges and they may have hats, but for that millisecond, they're dudes with guns. And act accordingly. And don't walk toward them screaming, shoot me, or fuck you, or I dare you. They're dudes with guns.
You know what it reminds me of? Many is the time. Well, a few times. I went out to a strip club with some guy who'd never been there before, and it's like the froth is coming out of their mouth. They think they're going to.
Oh my God. Here it comes. Here's some more of his storytelling. Now, he goes to strip clubs all the time, but he's not going there for the strippers. He's going there with the guy that he's going there with. So, in order to hang out late with another guy, go to a strip club, and then he'll know that I'm not gay, because look, I just sit and look at women. So that's what Bill Maher does. I mean, allegedly. I mean,
get blown in the champagne room.
Right.
And my advice is always, just pretend this is a regular bar.
Right.
Just pretend it's a regular bar. And then if a hot chick comes up and starts talking to you, think how happy.
Right.
Okay, that's happening.
Right.
Okay, you're not going to get blown in the champagne room, or you
Right.
shouldn't.
Right.
If you are, we're in the wrong kind of strip club. It's not going to be good for anybody. Just be happy for what this is.
Right.
And not have these expectations.
Yes.
So let's go to the strip club.
I agree.
There
Where's
it
my
is.
gun?
So you don't have a gun, but you would go to a strip club?
Yes.
You're single now.
Yeah. Well, no, I have a girlfriend.
How long?
She's like 5'8". I don't know. Why do you care how long she was? She a Marlin?
Okay, Groucho. Very good.
Groucho. How dare you demean me?
Oh, no.
No, Groucho's a genius. No.
Genius. That was like a Marx Brothers
That was a
one.
Marx Brothers. Yeah, I don't know
How
that it's
long?
even a joke. How long? But yeah, because if you say how long have you been going out, we don't get it. But you just said how long. That's why it triggered me.
It's perfect. It should be a...
yeah, he also didn't know, and he deflected on what Roland Black was or whatever. And he's like, yeah, I know what that means. And Bill Maher's like, okay, what is it? He's like, well, hold on a second, let me finish what I was saying. So he's doing that here again.
Brothers or something from that era. It's a joke that somebody should have written in 19...
I'm sure some vaudevillian guy.
I would think I would have been aware if they did. Sometimes
How
there's-
long is a brand new joke?
Well, they just found a letter that was mailed in 1922 that got there. You know, sometimes a diamond just does stay in the rough.
All right, I will take full credit for the
So how long have you been going out with this alleged girlfriend of yours?
3 years.
I hear she's from Canada, which is what people say when they want to think you have a girlfriend, but you really don't. 3
No,
years.
she's from here. Yeah.
So this was going on during your divorce.
Yeah, during the divorce. Yes, yeah.
Wow. That's a patient woman because usually women are turned off by a guy going through a divorce.
That's why. Yeah, no, I agree, and she's a saint that way, and divorce is like it's really divorce is kind of an interesting metaphor because it sort of ties into all the Somali fraud and everything else, which is like, and now here's why.
Wait.
Yes.
We're now. I missed the recap on this streaming show. How did we get to Somali fraud?
We do recaps on the stream show. You been watching my stuff? Jumanji up in here.
I'll bring it home.
Okay.
For you, which is the laws in California about divorce entice people to do the wrong thing and entice them to be bad and immoral and abuse the system.
What is the wrong thing? What is the abuse?
Well, what are you talking about?
If you say, look, I'll give you an example. Child support. So they go, look, here are the laws. in California for child support. You have to pay some exorbitant amount for child support. You know, in my case, I don't know, it was like $19,000 a month. Like my fucking mom ever spent
Wow.
$19 my entire life. You know, sitting there watching
That's a
Roots,
lot
eating
of fruity.
Pop-Tarts,
That's a lot of fruity pebbles.
black and white Zenith TV. Like, so first off, the fact that it takes 19 grand a month to raise kids is insane. There should be just a set amount. You know, it's 3 grand, it's 2,500.
It's only because you're rich.
Right. It's only because I'm rich. That's fine. But you pay $19,000 a month for child support, right? And then what happens is one of the kids wants to fly out and look at colleges in Arizona or Seattle or something like that. And they go, who's paying for the tickets? And you go, well, take it out of the 19. And they go, no, that's not covered by the 19. And you go, I don't get it. It's child support.
What is covered by the 19? I mean,
like dental.
Every month?
It's literally...
Every month you have dental?
No, what I'm saying is you go, oh, your daughter wants to go to a prom and she wants to buy a prom dress. So we're going to split the price of the prom dress? And you go, no, take it out of the 19. They go, that's not covered by the 19.
I'm asking what is?
I give food, shelter.
I don't think I spend $19,000 on food.
That's the whole point. Well, you're on Ozempic, so
no, I'm not.
Well, that's what I heard, Bill. You're pretty high. The point is,
I'm pretty high. All right, that's undeniable.
All right. The point is, I'm talking about the system, right?
He's drunk. He's not high.
So what's left over on the night after the month with the 19 goes into your ex-wife's pocket or the other person's pocket. So we created a system where I pay in 19, it doesn't cover the prom dress or the flight to Arizona to look at colleges. And if there's anything left over at the end, I don't get it back. It goes to your ex-wife. That's a fucked up system that's incentivizing them to spend less on the kids because it goes into their pocket. So California has tons of fucking rules that incentivize women to be immoral and do the wrong thing morally. Now you go to Minnesota and Somalis. There's a whole bunch of systems that go, look, how's your kid doing? He's fine. Do you think he's on the spectrum? I don't know. Sometimes he closes his eyes when I talk. That's good. He can get $2,400 a month. And you go, what? Because he closes his eyes? Believe me, he's on the spectrum. Now go get your $2,400 a month. We incentivize people to do the wrong fucking thing in this country. And this country is not filled with bad people and it's not filled with criminals. It's filled with weak people who will do whatever they need to do. I tell people all the time, almost everyone I know, if they find a wallet on the ground and it's got an ID in it and it's got cash in it and it's got the guy's kids' pictures in it, they will return it. They'll do the right thing. If you find cash on the ground, you take it, you put it in your pocket, and you keep walking. You don't turn it into the lost and found. You can't leave cash on the fucking ground. That's what we're doing with all these centers and kids' lunches and kids' first step forward and all these. Of course, there's $24 billion out the window with homelessness. We've incentivized people to do all these NGOs and nonprofits and groups that are advocates for. They're going to do this because they're human. And they're going to do the wrong thing just like people do in divorce.
And it starts with the stupid idea, again, the left going way too far, missing their stop on the subway and falling asleep on the train and waking up in Canarsie, with the idea that we need to normalize homelessness, defend it. Defend it like it's a marginalized group.
They're unhoused. There are unhoused neighbors.
They are unhoused, and we should do something about it. But the answer among liberals used to be, get them under a roof, whatever it takes, as opposed to what the woke say, which is like, how dare you disturb this protected...
They're like majestic creatures in the wild. They're like panda bears or something. Just stand back. Give them some bamboo. Let them breathe. Well, here's a point that I said on the first day when the fires hit in Malibu. I lived in Malibu. I live in Malibu, but I was evacuated and I went to a hotel room.
This is the one a year ago, the fire, the big fire.
This is the big fire. Yes.
Do you know that
it's the
I was-
one that took down Chicago in 1911.
Do you know that I was taping here with Matt Gates, who
Matt
flew,
Gates.
who came up from San Diego, drove through a fire to get here, and we taped right until they told us to evacuate.
Really? Here?
And he was charging his car in my garage. And the second, I mean, we taped right up into the moment they said, you have to go now.
Matt Gates.
Oh my God. So imagine if he wasn't able to charge his car. What if you're not able to charge your car and you're driving, trying to get away from fires and the battery dies on you? I mean, I suppose it's the same thing if gasoline runs out. But ooh.
drives an electric car.
Yes.
That's the news.
And
I just
drives
learned.
through a fire to keep an appointment. I got to give him that.
Well, I was evacuated from Malibu, and I ended up in a hotel room. And I
Where?
in Burbank, California. And I
Beautiful downtown Burbank.
did me and Johnny Carson's ghost were in this hotel in Burbank. And I did my podcast from that hotel room because my studio was powerless because the winds had taken out the power lines and I had no power, but I was able to do it. And I said that morning after the fire, I said, look, first off, no permits. You guys think you're coming back with permits. You're not coming back with permits. You're not getting any permits. That's the way this city rolls. I was a contractor. You guys don't know it, but there's no permits, which I want to talk to you about. But I said at the time, I said, look, there's 5,000 people that are unhoused overnight. Overnight. There's the entire population of Malibu, the Palisades,
Wild.
Altadena. We're talking about 5,000
Some of the-
structures. We're talking about,
Some of them tragically did not even have second homes.
I know, some of the folks had to go all
In
the way to
Miami.
Aspen to their
Like-
second, third home.
Sad.
Oh, guys had to hang out with Costner.
There's nothing sadder than the second homeless.
Okay. That's so pathetic, Bill Maher. You don't think that people can be upset for losing their Malibu home? I mean, you're anti-rich.
They are second homes. But I said, but Altadena is working class and
Yeah,
and sort of
totally.
real.
Oh,
Altadena,
absolutely.
it's not Pasadena and it's not Palisades, it's not Malibu.
Even people in the Pacific Palisades.
Palisades for sure.
And
They're
some of those
working
people bought the houses in 1950.
They're school teachers
and
that live
exactly.
there. Right,
and they
for
got
sure.
in before it was the
They bought a house in the Palisades for $49,000
Way back
in
when.
1963.
Exactly.
And the guy was a school teacher and his wife was a secretary.
So it's not all people who
No.
right. It's not
But-
all Tom Hanks.
But here's the point. The point is the fires hit last night. These people were
Last night.
unhoused and they were literally homeless because their house was burnt to the ground. How many of them are sleeping on the sidewalks this morning? And the answer is zero. Nobody who is literally unhoused is unhoused. So what happened? Well, they have a network. They're not fentanyl addicts. They didn't run afoul of everybody in their family and everyone in their world. When I was homeless, Dr. Drew, Jimmy Kimmel, my network reached out to me and said, do you want to stay in my guest house? Do you want to flop on my sofa? I have a credit card. I could stay at a hotel. I have a network. I built a base.
Yes.
It's not like the home was the reason I wasn't homeless. I have a base. Everyone is homeless overnight. No one slept on the sidewalk. So it's not the homes. It's something else. It's mental.
well,
it's addiction.
It's also money.
Yes, it's money.
The biggest difference between black and white in America is legacy wealth. That's the huge thing. The average, I don't know, I'm not gonna try to quote because I'll get it wrong, but like the average wealth of like a single black woman is very low.
Yes.
And like the average wealth of like white people is like $170,000 because of all the years and decades and centuries where we only got to accumulate wealth.
Yeah, but hold on. Asians are above us and Nigerians are above them. Like, it's not all skin color. Nigerians come here, they're very successful.
That is
Asians
true.
come here, Armenians.
But if you're talking about why people couldn't find a home when their house burned down, some of it absolutely is because you have a more, I hate the word, privileged network. And like,
but I built it.
Yeah.
I built the network.
You built it and you inherited it.
I didn't inherit it.
Well, you did somewhat by being white. There is some truth in that. There is some truth in that. There is just more white wealth in America.
There is more white wealth.
Okay,
but I don't know how.
So when you have a
benefited me.
tragedy, there's a lot more people who say, "I have a credit card." Like among the black community, some of them don't even have credit.
No, but listen, I built the wealth. Which is, I hung out with dudes who don't have anything, and I somehow met and made my way toward Dr. Drew and Jimmy Kimmel and Mark Garagos and things like that. I made that.
I know, but
and it wasn't because I was white. It's because I moved through the system.
Listen to who your friends are. That's not the average person's friend. It's certainly not the average black person's friend.
I'm not saying it's the average person's friend.
I mean, and Jimmy Kimmel, he's very mad at me, and I know you're close to him.
I've heard of that.
I hope you tell him that, I'm sorry that, they got bent out of shape. I don't think I did anything wrong. We can have disagreements.
I agree.
I mean, you and I don't agree on everything. Look at this clash now. And yet we're cool. Like the Republicans are always, this is the difference between the right and the left. It bugs me so much. My tribe is supposed to be the left. But these are the people who just can't talk to you unless you're exactly there.
Yeah, I agree, Wizard. Wizard saying that boomers have money because 80s and 90s were the good times when business was booming. Boomers. And the 50s were like that. For their parents.
Whereas the Republicans, they always fucking come to my show. John Kennedy from Louisiana was on last week.
Yes,
took his beating like a man, like they all do. And we came across lovingly and smilingly and happily, and we can disagree.
I agree.
You and I aren't always completely on the same page, although we're very close because we're both smart guys. But like, I just don't get that from, and Jimmy, I'm sorry. Like, I think this is one of the nicest guys. I did a mea culpa when we exchanged emails, not about what he was complaining about, but just saying like, sometimes I am a little brash about me when they compare me with the other late night guys. And I'm like, I'm not like you guys. I'm not. You could all exchange your monologues, all of you, and no one would know the difference in tone. Tone, okay?
Tone, yeah.
Whereas me, I'm not there. I'm not in on your, I don't just buy into the left-wing bullshit. And I never stop making fun of the right-wing bullshit at all.
Right.
And like, if that's not good enough for you, then I think you're the asshole. And I don't think Jimmy is an asshole.
No,
I think he's a great guy. And it bugs me that, because of what the latest thing was, that, we may never talk.
You guys should be thick as thieves and on the same page. And I'll tell you something interesting, talking about left and talking about right and in disagreements. I said to Tucker Carlson once, and this is probably about 6, 7 years ago. I said, Tucker, why don't you get together a network of Republican or sort of conservative? Why don't you put together your own kind of conservative network? And he said, it won't work. And I said, why not? He said, they all disagree with everything each other is saying all the time. And I said, what do you mean? He said, well, I mean, you take something like COVID, half Republican, and I don't mean Republican, I said conservatives are going, get the shot, get the shot. The other are going, never, it's poison. You know what I
Trump
mean?
was the one who got the shot.
Right, and they're constantly, you see Candace Owens and Megyn Kelly, and they're all like sniping and battling, and
Now they
Ben
are,
Shapiro
yes.
and
Marjorie Taylor Greene is on my show
all
this Friday.
This cabal, right, of people constantly disagreeing and arguing all
You
the
just
time
said
about
cabal
everything.
in front of
He
Bill
said you
Maher.
can't get them on the same page, but he said the left, you can get them on the same page. You can get them to agree to stuff. You can get them sort of, you take COVID. I didn't hear any dissenting voices on yeah, you, because you are intellectually honest and you're not exactly left wing. But CNN, MSNBC,
Right.
even ABC, they're all just,
No, they were just-
ivermectin,
they were-
horse paste,
and they
you
were
know,
just
fuck Joe Rogan.
and they
you
were
know,
just
blah, blah.
organs of the
They were just
government.
organs of the government,
Organs of the
right.
government, which is not their function. They're supposed to be watchdogs of the government.
Right. So,
But it's so funny you say that, because I think of it as the opposite. You said, you know, the right wing, oh, there's so much dissent. I mean, I feel like now, in the last month since Minneapolis, there's been dissent on the right. But I think in general, I think of them as like, we just, whatever Trump wants, we rubber stamp. I mean,
Well, maybe
you can't tell me that Congress.
I don't
is-
mean Congress. I mean like amongst the tastemakers, you know, your sort of
Right.
Tucker Carlsons, your Candace Owens, your Ben
You're
Shapiro's.
right, they're all over the map.
They're all battling
They're fighting each other.
Right. And on the left, everyone's sort of lockstep in terms of the tastemakers.
All right, they're fighting each other because a lot of them are aligning with Israel and not America. And Ben Shapiro is trying to take everyone out.
Right, Ben Shapiro, Yarmulke,
Right.
Tucker Carlson, Hitler.
Right,
Not- Not so bad.
Right, right. So,
What the fuck?
but all I'm saying is
Oh, did I miss a
whether
good
you
one?
agree or disagree, at least they're being honest. Because when you hear the dissenting voices, you're hearing
You think
at least
Candace
them.
Owens is honest? You think You think Candace Owens believes what she's saying?
That's a tough one. I got to say. And by the way, I don't follow her. I just hear the sort of rumblings. I did say to Chris Cuomo when he said to me, like, you know, do you really believe Ben Shapiro or Dennis Prager or Tucker Carlson? I go, oh, they believe it. You can disagree with it all you want, but that's how they think. I mean, and I would say
Well-
the exact same thing about you as I would say about Ben Shapiro.
Candace-
100% you guys believe what you believe.
Absolutely. And
And-
you.
Yeah, I'm that. I feel that way too. It doesn't make
And
you
by the
right
way,
or
there's
wrong.
nothing you believe that you have anything to apologize.
So, you just compared Ben Shapiro to Bill Maher? Okay. So, Adam Carolla is drunk, folks. And the mask is slipping. He's about to talk about Mein Kampf here in a bit. And talking about the secret cabal.
For,
I
even if someone
agree.
disagrees with you. But by the way, Candace Owens,
She may be a provocateur. Like
Yes,
I
he
don't-
is spiraling.
I mean,
Yes.
sorry, she is a provocateur. What I'm saying is she may be saying things that she knows isn't true to create something. I do not think you would do that. I don't think Ben Shapiro does that. I don't think I do that. I don't think many other people do that.
All I know is she's very entertaining, which can be dangerous because she has some ridiculous beliefs.
Yes.
But, I mean, she's entertaining. When I finish listening to her, I'm over the moon. Not that we landed on it.
I do want to bring up something that I watch all the time, and I cite it. And I appreciate you when you had Jane Fonda on the show, and you were. And so I want to tell you something about you
On this show.
On this show.
Not that this is a show.
Yeah.
Whatever this is. I would hardly call it a show, but
So-
it is entertaining.
But there's a couple things. I said my entire career, I said, listen, I used to be a contractor. I used to have to pull permits. I used to have to deal with the city, plan check, and all of the above. I had to deal with all of it. And I would always say, look, if
Sounds
you're
like a
living in
nightmare.
Santa Monica and you have rent control apartment, good. Vote the way you vote. I get it. But buy a piece of land, get a home, go to the city, try to pull a permit, and then tell me how you feel about this government. Because I think it's too fucking big. And you go, what? We get rent control. Yeah, you get rent control. Go buy a piece of property, try to do a remod, go talk to the city, and then tell me how you feel.
Because you're doing this to your home.
Right. And I've done
You
it.
were wiped out.
No, I wasn't wiped out. My home is intact in Malibu. Everything around it is burnt, but my business was doing it to other
Why did your
people's
home
homes.
survive?
God loves me. You should know that, Bill.
No, really. Everything around you burned?
I would say 80% of what was around me burned. And
Did you take precautions that others didn't? Did you like
wear a condom?
wetting the roof?
No, I didn't.
I
Just
changed my roof since last year. I have a whole different roof.
I
and
noticed
I have
it
a
when I
thing
was
that
up.
goes in the pool where
to
you
pump it.
You
Yeah.
shoot the pool up on the
no,
roof.
I did nothing in just complete luck of the draw, like the hood, the
Did I miss something? He said, all right.
like. No, I didn't. I would say 80% of what was around me burned, and
Did
I
you take precautions that others didn't? Did you like
wear a condom.
wetting the roof?
No, I didn't.
I changed my roof since last year. I have a whole different roof.
I noticed
and I have
it
a
when I
thing
was
that
up.
goes in the pool
Yeah.
where
to
you
pump it.
You
Yeah.
shoot the pool up on the roof.
I did nothing in just complete luck of the draw, like the hood, the
Oh, I looks like I missed it. Yeah, let me back it up even more, because even how he's kind of explaining it, he's like, yep.
Malibu, everything around property. Try to do a remod. Go talk to the city, and then tell me how you feel.
Because you're doing this to your home.
Right, and I've done
You
it.
were wiped out.
I wasn't wiped out. My home is intact in Malibu. Everything around it is burnt, but my business was doing it to other
Why did your
people's
home
homes.
survive?
God loves me. You should know that, Bill.
Mm-hmm. Hmm. Yeah, we've been up to a little Full Metal Jacket boy. It's like trying to expand a bit. And Bill Maher's like, excuse me? Oh, interesting. And come to find out, Adam Carolla is doing the, going around and talking to the people who are doing the cleanup work, and he's really, really involved in it more than anyone. I mean, that's usually what criminals do is they go back to the scene of the crime. And if my memory serves me correct, one of the first things that Adam Carolla was doing at the beginning of this interview, he was looking around and just like, I'm really surprised this thing stayed intact. It's that's that kind of that weak brick. That's not the good kind. He's like, no, it won't go anywhere. It's just fine, Adam. And also, you did mention how you wanted to be a fireman. Now, one thing that happens with firemen is that, and just like with the cops, with these bros with guns, sometimes they want to do what they've been trained to do. So you have these shootings and the cops. Well, what happens with the fire department and the firemen? Well, some have been known to start fires just so that they can play firemen, because they've been sitting and sitting and sitting, and they get really frustrated that they don't get to do their training, so that they work out to burn all that stress because they just want to put out fires. So it seems that maybe Bill Maher caught you. Because that's like very strange. Oh,
Me. This was doing it to
Why
other
did your
people's
home
homes.
survive?
God loves me. You should know that, Bill.
No, really. Everything around you burned?
I would say 80% of what was around me burned. And
Did you take precautions that others didn't? Did you like
wear a condom?
Wetting the roof?
No, I didn't.
I changed my roof since last year. I have a whole
Sorry, let me
different
back it
roof.
up here.
I noticed
And I have
it
a
when I
thing
walked
that
up.
goes in the pool.
To pump it.
You
Yeah.
shoot
It's
the
like,
pool up
but-
on the
No,
roof.
I did nothing, and just complete
Did nothing.
luck of the draw. Like the
I did nothing. I did nothing. Oh, they're in the club. Ooh. So you gotta burn down a couple structures. You gotta create chaos. Have a couple bodies on your belt.
Yeah.
the Hood, the SS Hood, which was a British ship sunk by blown up by the Bismarck in World War II,
Oh.
and 1,800 sailors went into the ground and 6 popped up. Went to the drink, and 6 sort of came up. 6 guys just floating in the ocean, and 1,800 dead. And you go, what did you do? And the answer is, I don't know. I just popped up. That was basically me in Malibu.
Yeah,
But-
I call this Club Random, not Club Fate.
Right.
Exactly.
Oh. You guys are mentioning club. Let me back. What are you even talking about? What are you even talking about? Is this him trying to say that he doesn't know anything?
In World War II, and 1,800 sailors went into the ground, and 6 popped up. Went to the drink, and 6 sort of came up. 6 guys just floating in the ocean, and 1,800 dead. And you go, what did you do? And the answer is, I don't know. I just popped up. That was basically me in Malibu.
Yeah,
But-
I call this Club Random, not Club Fate.
Right.
Exactly. I
And
believe in random.
Jane Fonda came on your show, and you were talking to her about regulation and overregulation and red tape. And she said to you, I don't think there's enough. And I was like, are you fucking nuts? And I realized she didn't know what was going on. Then you talked about your garage door. But the point is you got turned a little bit with your solar shack. And I said it a million times. Live in rent control, fine. Go get your own home and try to pull a permit. You'll start thinking more like me. And you try to get your solar shack permit, and that took 2 years.
2 years while I was yelling at them on the air. This is how arrogant the government is in California. This is how bad it is when one party controls.
So yeah, Wizard's saying. So that's him. That whole time there with him. Yeah, it's like World War III, and they all just dropped him in Normandy Beach, and they're like crawling, and they're like. I mean, that was like me. I was just like, whoa, I didn't do nothing. But God loves me. You should know that. Wink, wink. But he's going to come for your structure next.
Any government of either party.
Right.
I was embarrassing them on the air for weeks, and still nothing happened.
Right.
Until the governor himself intervened and said, you know, this is getting embarrassing.
Right.
And of course it was a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah, I think Wizard might have broke some headline right there. He's wondering why your structure didn't get burnt down too. So he had to come in here and figure out how to do it from the inside. Like Tower 11. Building number 7. Just gonna catch fire real quick. But yeah, these firebugs, you know. I mean, that should tell you right there. I wanted to be a fireman. Although I would say probably most guys do want to be firemen.
Shit. None of it ever needed to happen.
Right.
It wasn't even the one that bothered me the most. The one that bothered me the most was my garage door. When I moved into this house, it had a 3 garage door. Okay, it doesn't fit 3 cars. I don't know what these cars are. It fits 3 motorcycles.
Right.
Okay, like I don't live in a fucking mansion. I don't want to. I live alone. Okay? I've got a wonderful house, happy to have it. No one would mistake it for, like, you know, lifestyles of the rich and famous. Okay, so I wanted to change my 3-car garage, wink, wink, to what it should be, a 2-car garage.
Wait.
This took 3 inspections. Inspections?
Right.
I'm just changing my garage. Why do you have to be involved in my life when I'm changing my garage?
Because
if it falls down on my head, that's my fault for doing it with a bad contractor.
Right. And now you get to rebuilding the Palisades in Malibu.
Right.
And it's not happening because of this.
But here's the question. The New York Post, which I always loved because it kept me connected with the city of my formative years, and now it's the California Post, and you can't get the New York Post out here. So they ruined my life because I wanted the New York Post because I grew up in New Jersey. My father commuted to New York, okay? New York sports teams, New York radio,
and he was funny.
New York television. I was a minority owner of the New York Mets. I started my stand-up career in New York, started my television career in New York. I want to know about New York. It interests me. Doesn't exist anymore. So
what just happened there? Did he just... What is that? That's almost like Charlie Sheen right there or something.
California Post, and they printed this interview with Trump. I did one too for the inauguration, and Trump says, "Well, we're going to go in and we're going to change the permitting laws." Now, he is obviously a guy who just pulls things out of his ass. I get the impetus to do this. Like,
Completely
why
agree,
wouldn't you
Wizard.
want to
That's
do
hilarious.
that? He's the guy who sees a problem anywhere and he goes, "I can fix that."
Right.
But is there any jurisdiction for the president to override local permitting laws?
I think I don't know about precedent because no one cared and it never existed. And if you're building a log cabin in 1871, there's no court case on that. I think he can because I've heard something about it. But the point is it's a metaphor for government and the size of government. When you can't do what you want to do on your land that you own and that you pay taxes on, and you need to ask...
Then you burn it all down so that no one else can, huh? Carolla, huh?
Fucking permission from them to do stuff on your land.
Exactly.
Then we have gone across the Rubicon. We have crossed the Rubicon. And the fact that I bought a warehouse in Glendale, California. And
just for fun?
Just for fun. And I wanted to put some cars.
Oh, yeah, really? Not to put all your supplies and all the fire tools needed? Stash them away? Yeah, he definitely has a kid haircut, and he's been pawing it too, trying to get it to look like someone. Who's the American Idol? The American Idol host. The highlights, spikes. Oh man, but interesting little take here. We're kind of seeing that maybe Carolla's a little too invested in the fires, Palisades and the Malibu fires. It seems to be all right around where Carolla lives. And then he's doing like fire update content, and it's like
in there and what have you. And
I
was building like a storage loft on it.
You have that many cars?
I have 13 Paul Newman race cars. I have all the Paul Newman race cars.
The common man, Adam Carolla, speaking for John Q. Sixpack.
Watching Roots, eating Pop-Tarts, sitting in a Newman race car.
That's it.
Keeping it real.
Keeping it real with my 13 cars. Go ahead.
So I went... They busted me and they said, you got to pull a permit, blah, blah, blah. They will walk onto your property and tell you to stop and pull a permit. And I went in to the planning commission of the city of Glendale, and I said, I want to pull a permit to do some building on my warehouse. And the 25-year-old chick behind the counter goes, what are you going to do with that warehouse? That I bought, by the way. And I said, I'm going to put some cars in there. And she goes,
none of your business.
They might let you do that. And I thought, they might let me do that with my property.
It's infuriating.
It's insane, and it's
infuriating.
Huge.
It's where the least of us dictates what the majority do. So you just say, hey, shut up. Get out of here. And they're really weak too. Really weak individuals. But.
And it's a California thing, and unfortunately it's a blue thing, and it's kind of a left thing.
It is.
And and they're encroaching on everything. It's step back. Stop making rules. You don't rule everything.
I tell this to Gavin every time I talk to him.
Just knock.
No, the haircut I was thinking of is the guy who was on American Idol. That he was the host that would talk to the people before they go into to sing in front of the panel. What's his name? Yeah, that's right. I forgot your name. You no longer relevant. He did Ryan Seacrest. Yes, thank you, Lemon. So he's kind of doing his Ryan Seacrest, getting a little spiky a little bit, trying to. Nice, Clay Aiken. But he's like, oh my God, I've said too much. Not a lot of meat on this one. Sorry, guys, not a lot of meat on this one. Although, what am I talking about? No, we might have broke a big story here. Because have we heard anything about the Malibu fires? Is there any kind of updates?
Get the fuck off. Just leave people alone.
And he says we're doing it, but I don't see it, to be honest.
Well, also,
he says he's doing it when I confront him with it, but I don't see it.
No, because they're there to make rules. That's why
Stop
they
confronting
got
politicians,
into power.
Bill.
They like it.
They like it.
What I want.
That's it. They like it.
I want. My favorite answer from a politician is, I don't know. I'm not in charge. Ask
Right.
your dad. I don't run your house.
No, and
do
again,
what you do. You want to go to the beach during COVID? Go to the beach during COVID. I'm not here to tell you not to do that.
Not to drag.
That was so insane how much the government told everyone and all the businesses, everything, what to do. Ooh-wee. That just might get me resonating. Okay? What you talking about telling someone what to do? Go on and get. But they, they're not good enough for Hollywood, so they go to Washington. Ooh, man. Trying to control people.
Again, more politics on this, but this is the same issue really with children, is that parents do not want to think that anyone, including government, is above them in deciding what goes for their children. And that is not the philosophy of the state of California.
Not at all.
That is not. I mean, Democrats seem to be determined to die on this hill of trans. Again, there could be an easy grand bargain. I'd be the first one to defend trans people. It's a real thing. Not everybody who's born in the body that they were supposed to be born into, or however you want to put that. But there is a default setting for human beings. Mm-hmm. And to keep this secret from parents, the parent issue that we're talking about, like the personal life issue, like government into your personal life. It is amazing to me that Republicans can't do better in this state, because I certainly know, umpteen liberals, people who vote Democratic, who complain about these things, about the parent issue, about the permitting kind of issue, about the regulation issue, taxes, so many taxes, but my road still sucks. Yeah. It's but why?
I knew a lot of leftist radicals because I did comedy, MMA, acting. My entire network was the meanest, most radical leftists you could collect on one of it. Ooh, yeah. I mean, they're all pent up. They're so, it's all them antidepressants they're on. SSRIs. You got disassociating too much. Uh, yeah, and it seems like it's all like coming from the universities and social media. It just hit really hard with the uh, yeah, some of the programs that they offer and all that. But yeah, uh, unchecked today's unchecked slogans or tomorrow's political uh, political mottos or something like that. Little Ayn Rand. You gotta nip it in the bud. Be like, what you talking about defunding the police? Are you kidding me? We need more. Clearly. Actually, we don't need more police. We need competent people in office. Because a bunch of police officers quit because their hands were tied. And they actually joined ICE because they felt like they'd be more effective because the city kept telling the police officers to stand down. So, pretty wild stuff. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, especially during that time. Yeah, exactly. During COVID time, it was insane. It's like and it's what's worse too. It's all these people who are too timid and introverted to talk to begin with, and then all of a sudden they had something to be a voice for, or to practice not being socially awkward. So they got to do it behind a mask or something. It was nasty. I mean, what ends up happening? Like people don't understand what happens when you wear a mask. It literally changes you. Um, every ancient tribe had rituals, where you go through a transformation when you wear a mask, and a lot of it has to do with your belief, but or I mean, it has to do with your belief in it, but it also has a lot to do with how people are viewing you. And so you're seeing people view you in a different way. And so everyone was seeing people uh, like that. And so they were getting this weird feedback from people. And it's like talking to someone and they're wearing sunglasses right in front of you, and you just trying to talk to them, but all you can see is a reflection in it. Oh, I'm semi-nominous? Yeah, because of my beard. I only I only grew my beard because I got I got used to wearing a mask. I just wanted something over my face all the time. Oh, when you are wearing the mask, yeah, you're anonymous. Yeah. Yep. Well, and two, like I've got long hair now, but I had a little bit longer hair back then too, and uh, A few times people thought that I was a girl. A few times people thought I was a girl. So I'm like, oh, no, not a girl. They're like, oh God, sorry. I'm like, wow. So that's why after during this whole thing, transgender was being pushed really hard because it was they felt like they could look what they wanted to be. And then they just wanted everyone to live out their own subjective experience. They didn't want objective reality any longer. And they wanted us to buy into their world.
Then why does the state
I'm in
stay
big old
in
deja
this
vu right now.
mono-party stasis?
Watch out.
I don't know what it is. I mean, I think there's an element of sort of fashion where we just go, oh, that's cool. There's a little Emperor's New Clothes. I mean, I definitely felt it with COVID. People acted like they didn't really believe in COVID. I mean, in the sense that people had a mask on, but it was around their chin. What I'm saying is you should wear a helmet when you're riding a motorcycle because there's a real danger you could be concussed or worse riding a motorcycle.
Even Gary Busey.
Even Gary Busey. And I've never seen anyone riding a motorcycle with the helmet under their arm. You know what I mean? Because they understand it's a real danger and they could be hurt. Right. But I saw people with masks around their nutsack and their chin and over their head and stuff. And it's like they were trying to get along. And people in California, I've realized, get so caught up in this sort of fashion of things that they just want to get along and they don't want to get in trouble and they don't want to get yelled at.
You're so right.
And they don't want to, they want to be a nail that a hammer's going to find. So they go, no, Gavin Newsom's great. No, Karen Pass is great. No, put the mask on. No, get the jab. No, for sure. No, the border. No, race. No one's illegal. No one's all people are legal. Everything is love. Science is science. So we're down with everything. Could please leave me the fuck alone so I could go home and eat my Pop-Tarts and watch reruns of Roots.
I'll just sign your petition outside of Whole Foods.
Right.
Just let me get
outside of Irwan.
Let me get in my car.
I bought a smoothie for $41. I'll sign your shit. I just want to get to the Prius.
For $41, I'll sign your thing that says, I hate privilege.
Right, I hate privilege.
Now, excuse me, I've got a castle to buy in Ireland to escape privilege.
That's right. Right. And a tea time to make.
He picks at his chair there.
Buy in Ireland.
Look at that.
Privilege.
Now, excuse me, I've got a castle to buy in Ireland to escape privilege.
That's right. Right. And a tea time to make.
So great to have you.
Always great.
I mean, what can I say? That was more fun than you can have with your pants on.
Well, Adam Carolla was
70 now, so it's not such a big brag.
Forgot about that, but that's
a little bit of truth there.
I know.
You look great, and I will say this too. And,
well, I exist.
No, I'm not. I'm not just suspicious with the fires. You're getting sharper and keener and faster, and more lucid.
Not with this tequila.
And the clarity and the truth.
Well.
And I think there's a part. No, I think there's a part. I'm not trying to extend another 7 minutes, but I think there's a part of getting older where you go, I can fucking tell the truth.
Yeah,
like you have FU money, which is better than F me money, which means you can say whatever the fuck you want.
I sure don't have to give $19,000 to a bunch of brats.
Two, but yeah, I get it. You know how many Pop-Tarts that buys? But no, I appreciate you. And
No, I
70 is
appreciate that.
incredible.
I appreciate
and
everything you
It's
do.
weird to be at the top of your game at 70.
Well, you know what is the ultimate tragedy of life, I think, is that you spend an entire lifetime working on this thing that's inside your skull, like gathering information, adding new information,
Pop-Tarts, the new
experiences,
pizza.
everything you
Oh,
read,
that's a good
everything that
one.
makes you smarter,
Look at
kinder,
him.
better, more aware. Smarter, kinder, better.
He's giving Adam Carolla the finger because he is calling him out on the Russia Pop-Tart propaganda.
More aware, more able to make great decisions as opposed to stupid decisions.
Right.
All that goes into this thing. And then because this thing gives out, you
Right.
throw it in the trash
Yeah,
with it.
yeah, Adam is.
Right.
It
Yeah.
just seems crazy. It seems I could see getting rid of the body,
Right.
but they should have some way of saying of doing a preservation of this thing inside the skull that put all this years and time and effort to gathering all this. And you might say, well, you can pass it on. You can pass on like 10%.
Yeah.
Every-
No,
you
I
ha-
agree.
You have to
I agree.
learn your own shit. Everybody does. And so it's just such a waste. So
Basically,
I'm hoping
Bill,
AI.
you're essentially saying you're a Ming vase on top of a pedestal that's crumbling, and you're going to crash to the ground. Well, that's a good
Exactly.
note to go out on.
Yeah. And the
Okay. Well, there you have it. I'm not going to play the jingles too much because they might get you. But it's a little bit of Bill Maher. Actually, a lot of it, really. Seen a lot of Bill Maher getting sloshed on the tequila. Little tequila. Adam Carolla saying some good points here and there, but at the beginning he was a little too soft for me, but eventually came around. Was speaking his mind, but yes, the tequila is an upper, but seems like it gets Bill Maher a little aggressive. I said, he's like starts pointing. I told you. Oh, Bill Maher. Well, we've got quite a bit more here. I think we might wrap it up, but I would like to take a look real quick, maybe into here, or maybe I should just save it for the next time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's close. Almost got it. If you would have done that, you would have been in the Illuminati. Yeah, I didn't get to really do a whole lot of narrating on that one. But old Jamie Kennedy. Let's just take a real quick look here, and but we won't stay long. I just got to see something funny.
What's up, everybody? Another episode of Hate to Break It to You. World's on fire.
Okay. Now, the thing about Jamie Kennedy and the solo shows, this is his solo show, is that one, he's got a massive microphone right up in his face. So you're going to know that right there. Second, and all throughout, he will be reading Braille with his, like, on his face. Just be mashing his face the whole time. And then, third, he'll be doing this. Full screen. He will. Now I've got a few photos here. If I can get to it. Right there. He will do that. Okay? That's not AI. That is actually Jamie Kennedy doing that. Okay, and it's not the only one. He does it all the time. Okay, there's another one. Okay, this is why I watch Jamie Kennedy. So this is his solo shows. And this is why I watch his solo shows. Because he does this all throughout. So people ask, why do you watch Jamie Kennedy? It's because of this. And his interviews are pretty funny too to snark watch. But let's see now. Now we've been covering him for probably a good 10 episodes of the 43 that we've done so far. He's been in it, in the mix, maybe even more. And every once in a while, I think that maybe word got back to him, or maybe one of my videos slipped in his algo, and he might have seen it. I think that about every person I cover. No, you don't want them kind of eyes, okay? But let's see if he continues to do these things that I've noticed before, or if he became self-conscious of them because I pointed them out.
I don't even know where to begin.
Either way, it's a win.
The world
Is a vampire.
is such a dark place.
Oh my God. So this sounds like Redacted. That's what Redacted was doing. Oh, it's so dark out there in such a dark place. It's like, all right, well, learn to shine your light and be the light. Shut up.
I filmed a great episode with a very good guest that I've had before, an amazing actor, and when I did it,
And
we
he
were
did
talking about
Ooh.
certain points of things, and he was not going along with what I was proposing, and then sure enough, as soon as the episode ended taping,
Oh, you got a poll.
the
Oh wait, he interviewed somebody. They asked him to pull it. Hold on, what's going to happen here? This is what happened to Metzger.
Epstein files were released. So
Oh.
things that we were talking about without even talking files were taping. The Epstein files were released.
Oh, that's right. Okay, so he gets really worked up about stuff. What was the other thing that he got really like? I can't believe they do that. No, I mean, obviously, all this stuff is really bad. Oh, it was the Charlie Kirk thing. He got really torn up about Charlie Kirk. And this is well after it kind of was quite evident that something weird was happening with all the people who were involved. So he was still like shaken by it.
So things that we were talking about without even talking about that ended up being talked about through this release. And I wanted to make that the next episode I dropped after Andy because we had such good momentum with Andy. And Andy was really bared his soul. Thank you for coming on, Andy.
Andy Dick.
And
We
I just
covered
want to
it.
say this about Andy is that, you know, we talked about his rehab and his addictions and stuff. And
Andy Dick said that, you know, he was partying with Phil Hartman's wife. And people believe that he might be responsible for Phil Hartman's death because he might have introduced some drugs to Phil Hartman's sober wife. Okay, so she wasn't even supposed to be around alcohol or she was sober. And yeah. But he said, hey, she's an adult. She doesn't want to party. She doesn't have to party. I'm not going to force her to take anything. And then something happened with Chris Farley. He said that people blame him for Chris Farley's death just because he was with him a few months before he died, which is what happened with the Phil Hartman thing too. So he's like, hey, people have been saying that for 20 years.
I just want people to realize how funny he is and how he's really just a brilliantly funny person. And I know there's a lot of demons that he has and comes with him and a lot of controversies, but you know, I address those, but I also want to address that he's super.
You did?
Just super hilarious. Both can be true. He truly is a pain dichotomy of an artist.
I hate that statement. Or that phrase. Both can be true. That's like saying low key. It's just a TikTok phrase that people are saying it like it's both can be true. No, that's just a really lazy way of trying to get to the point. That's just another way of saying, hey, hush up while I finish the point I'm making. Like, yeah, both can be true. Okay, now. Actually, I kind of like it. I guess both can be true.
You know? He really makes me laugh. And I know that he causes a lot of controversy.
He makes me go like this. Ew.
I don't know. I thought that he came on and it was within 2 months of his being, you know, his dying pretty much and came back to life, and he granted me the interview, and
Grant the Andy
I
Dick
wanted
interview.
to make sure
Oh,
that people saw
please.
that side, because I don't want he seems like people just remember him for his all his
Debauchery.
troubles, as opposed to, you know, his hilarious scene in Old School is so funny, and in the Army Now, his news radio, you know, all of this different work he's done. So I just wanted to give him those comedic flowers.
No, you're like white knighting for Andy Dick.
Anyway, let me take a sip of this because this is going to be a long one.
All right, so he hasn't
Buckle
touched his face yet. Now you get a nice full screen of that tired, saggy face. You know, I respect my viewers. Yeah, I went full screen and I realized that I'm just too digital. Okay, that's too digital. Okay, I gotta wait until I get a nice HD camera. Okay, I can go full screen on a digital. So digital looking. But even then, I make sure I'm wide awake. Okay, I want you to know that I care. But he's like, oh, I gotta be here again. Now, out of all these episodes I've done, not once have I thought that. I'm in the act of play. So, I'm always learning, and I never get bored. But now everything's doom and gloom for him because he's got to get back to the grind.
I wasn't paying too much attention to the file as much lately because I'm like, what are they doing? What are they dropped? Did they drop everything? And then apparently, and then last week they dropped 3 million pages.
Whoa.
Which is huge, and I think they did it out of nowhere. I don't know if anyone was expecting it.
Just so that everyone can look like you, okay? They just did a huge MK Ultra psyop on us all. Put us all through this huge traumatic state.
And and the last couple times they did it, the experts in this were saying like, "Oh, we've already known this. We've already known this." And where's the new stuff? Where's the new stuff? Well, as of this recording, it's been a week. And it's so fucked up and so horrifically dark, evil, and heinous that, like, everyone's talking about it. And I feel
It is true. I mean, yeah, he's freaking out too. He's just like, I can't believe Sam Tripoli was right. No. Yeah. Yeah, he is like, I can't believe it. So, this might be a good one. Might be a good one. He's really affected by it. And, I mean, I would too if I would be in those files all the time, okay? Um, but, yeah, glad this stuff's out there. But we're gonna save the rest for next time. I just wanted to jump in and get a little sense of Jamie Kennedy's solos. And so far, he hasn't touched his face. And we're 4 minutes in. So that is a record. Usually it's within the first minute. But as you can see, he is going through some PTSD. He is in a state of shock. So that's what happens when you look at those files. When you actually start to think about what they did. Ooh, man. Makes you kind of think about that strange music video that one guy did with that kid. You didn't have to cut me off. You didn't have to cut number. You did it with a kid? Oh my god, that's sick, dude. Seriously, get rid of them all. So, Jamie, lead the way. Get rid of them all. And by get rid of them, I mean like off the TV. That's not. They're sick people. So Jimmy Kennedy's in a little bit of shock here over the Epstein files, and we haven't talked too much about that kind of stuff because other people are, and this is a little bit of a break from that. So maybe we won't be visiting Jimmy Kennedy, but I think it'd be good to see how he's managing. And old Bill Maher, Adam Carolla. Adam Carolla thinks that Bill Maher is managing well for his age. But I appreciate you guys hanging out. This was we broke some stories. Okay. Just takes time for the word to get out. But again, I want to thank people who have liked and subscribed. Thank you so much. We were just a new show, and we thank you very much for the support. Okay, because I'm just getting my sea legs, and it might be a little rough cut for you. So I appreciate the diehards, and once I start coming up with merchandise and stuff, you guys will be the first to have the exclusive content. But I very much appreciate you guys, and hope to see you again. We will be back and watching a little bit of. I'll also be watching the Jamie Kennedy and much more. We even got some Kurt Metzger in the pipeline. Y'all have a good night, and thanks for watching.